as in the theatre, it's time for the Taekwondo to launch the competition.
Merci d'accueillir la légende du Kung Fu.
Please welcome Kung Fu legend Jackie Chan.
Mesdames et messieurs, en moins de 47 kilos, le tableau de 16 chez les dames.
Ladies and gentlemen, first up, it's the women's minus 47 kilograms, round 16.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees. Representing Morocco,
Jusqu'à 26 ans de championnat paralympique, de participation au championnat du monde.
26-year-old is world ranked 14, Paralympic seeded 9, won bronze at the 2019 African Para Championships hosted in Hurghada.
En rouge, représentant la Géorgie.
In red, representing Georgia, Leah Chachi-Bayer.
Deux participations au championnat du monde de Taekwondo, 3 podiums au championnat d'Europe à 28 ans, c'est ses premiers Jeux Olympiques.
28 years of age, world ranked 11, Paralympic seeded 8, 3 bronze medals at the European Para Championships in Manchester 22, Rotterdam last year and Belgrade this year. She won silver at the European qualification tournament for the Games in Sofia.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referees, start the match.
La pause, le break 8-6 pour la Géorgienne Lia Shashibaya.
So we've got a 60-second timeout right now, and just a reminder of these two athletes. The athlete from Georgia is in red, 28 years of age, world ranked 11, and the athlete in blue is representing Morocco, 26 years of age, world ranked 14.
Allez, vous l'avez compris, mesdames et messieurs, c'est à vous de jouer aussi exactement. On prend ses mains, on tape tout le monde. Everybody, please make some noise.
Italia. Cut.
Bravo!
Quelle victoire, mesdames et messieurs, 12-11 sur le gong pour la Marocaine Nawal Larifa.
Progressing through to the quarterfinal, winning the match 12-11, representing Morocco, Naoul Larry.
Thank you.
I've never been the best at letting go. I don't want to spend the night alone. Yes, I need you, and I need to make it on my own, but I don't want to grow up. We can stay forever young. Living on my sofa, drinking rum and cola underneath the rising sun. I could give a million reasons why, but you're going, and you know that all you have to do is take a minute, just take your time. The clock is ticking, so stay. All you have to do is wait a second. Your hands on mine. The clock is ticking, so stay.
Mesdames et messieurs, en 44, moins de 58 kilos, le tableau de 16 chez les hommes.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have the men's minus 58 kilograms round of 16.
Veuillez accueillir les arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu, représentant l'Argentine,
In blue, representing Argentina,
Miguel Galeano. Une participation au championnat du monde. Il a eu son quota olympique grâce aux Jeux para-panaméricains 2024.
36-year-old is world rank 32, Paralympic seeded 9, participated last year in the World Para Championships and won gold this year in the Pan American qualification tournament in Santo Domingo.
En rouge, représentant la Thaïlande.
In red, representing Thailand, Bamwa Keankam.
À 29 ans, 2 fois champion du monde, il a sécurisé sa place aux Jeux para-asiatiques.
30-year-old is world rank 14, Paralympic seeded 8, won bronze in the Asian Para Championships in 2019, last year in Beirut. This year won gold in the Asian qualification tournament for the Games.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, stop match.
Done. Hum. 기내. 준비. 자. 달려. 자. 달려. 자.
Dale, dale, con los amagues lo pones en duda también, ¿eh?
달려.
Es simple el trabajo, Miguel.
자.
Amago, amago, amago. Activo los brazos. Ojo los brazos. Bien, bien el bloqueo, bien. Amago, amago, amago. Eso, tranquilo, tranquilo. Eso. Amago, tranquilo. Activo los brazos. Otro.
달려.
Simple, es simple la izquierda, ¿eh? Es con la izquierda.
자.
Los seguidos que van igual.
달려. 달려.
Tranquilo, voy.
자. 달려. 자.
Amago, amago, que va a ir con la derecha. Eso. Activo los brazos.
경기야. 달려. 전. 간. 자. 달려. 자.
Esa de aquí es importante. El choco y una más. El choco y una más. Bien, bien. Esa es.
달려.
Eso, bien, bien probado.
픽스. 자.
Bien. Lo mismo. Amago, los brazos activos. Los brazos. Los brazos activos. Igual. Es una y bloqueo y la tuya rápido, ¿eh?
달려. 한 타임아웃.
Très serré juste avant la pause de 1 pour l'Argentin Miguel Isaac Galeano. Allez, une petite information pour vous, mesdames et messieurs. La catégorie K44, puisqu'on va en parler tout au long de ces Jeux paralympiques, ça regroupe des athlètes dont la coordination et la mobilité des bras sont affectées avec une absence partielle d'un ou de 2 membres. Voilà, vous savez absolument tout maintenant sur cette catégorie K44, donc sur ces Jeux paralympiques de Paris 2024. Et mesdames et messieurs, quand il reste moins de 20 secondes, regardez, on va prendre ses mains ensemble et on va faire clap, clap, clap.
전. 한. 자.
Por ahí. Bien probado.
자.
Amago, amago, amago. Tranquilo. Eso, mirá. Vos amagale que va a levantar esa. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Ahora sí va a chocarte. Choco y una.
경기야.
Eso. La izquierda también me gusta, ¿eh? Una izquierda.
달려.
Ahora mira la
자.
derecha, la izquierda. Amago, amago, amago. Otra. Bajo rápido. Mirá más. Otra.
달려.
Bueno, ese es el tiempo, Miguel. ¿Está bien?
Sao?
Amago, amago, amago. ¡Ey! ¡Ese es tu juego! ¡Vamos! Adecuate el plan ahí. Los brazos. Atento a los brazos. En la bajada de él va la tuya, ¿eh? Ahí, tranquilo, tranquilo. Tranquilos. Amagale. Amagale el lugar. Eso, bien, Miguel. Amago, amago. Que va a tirar con la de adelante también. Tiro, eso. Bien ese choque. Ese choque y la izquierda. Bien. Amago. Eso. Amago. Atento a los brazos.
Yes, we're now going to the golden round. If the points are tied at the end of the match, the 5-minute match, we go into a 1-minute golden round, and it's the first athlete to achieve 2 points.
Exactement. Premier athlète donc à marquer 2 points, donc emportera et se qualifiera donc pour les quarts de finale. Allez, mesdames et messieurs, pour ce Golden Point, ça va être à vous maintenant. Paris, on a besoin d'un maximum de bruit. Paris!
mano. Ay, dale a la derecha, Belén. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. La izquierda.
공격!
Amagale, amagale. Cuidado, una, la espalda y la derecha. Total, y la izquierda.
서!
Centrado, vamos. Tranquilo. Amagale. Amagale. Porque la tía
¡Campeón!
es la derecha de él nada más.
하나! 서! 하나! 그만! 박수!
Et la victoire donc pour le Thaïlandais, Danois Benka.
With victory in the golden round 2-0 and progressing through to the quarterfinal. Winning the match on that golden round, representing Thailand through to the quarterfinal, it's Taekwondo Kenkan.
I can breathe, just a part of me. This is what we need. What we know I've learned. Sometimes good things hurt. I can't stay to please. Kissing and kissing and calling it love. I wanna roll though I stay here for hours. Messing up things and then calling it love. I'm scared that I miss you, so I take the chance. Need one more touch and then never again. Say
Mesdames et messieurs, en moins de 52 kilos chez les dames, tableau de 16.
Next up, we have the women's minus 52 kilograms round of 16.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu, représentant le Kazakhstan.
In blue, representing Kazakhstan,
Milana Krasavtseva. À 19 ans, ses premiers Jeux olympiques, une participation au championnat du monde.
For the 19-year-old is world ranked 16, Paralympic seeded 9. She participated in the World Championships last year in Mexico and this year won bronze at the Asian qualification tournament for the Games and the Asian Para Championships in Da Nang.
Well, Kazakhstan, so formidable in swimming and judo, particularly at Paralympic Games. Krasavtseva doing something different with Taekwondo.
C'est ses premiers Jeux olympiques, une participation au championnat du
So Elizabeth
monde.
Geraldo of the Dominican Republic now.
Ranked 12, Paralympic seeded 8. Competed last year in the World Para Championships held in Mexico, and this year won the bronze at the Pan Am Championships hosted in Rio.
She's been performing well in the major events of the last 12 months or so, at the World Championships and at the Pan American Games in Santiago last year.
Referee, stop the match.
fighting for a bronze in both those events. Just the one Paralympic medal ever won for the Dominican Republic. That was back in Atlanta in 1996 by Robert Jimenez in the men's 200 meters. So Wu Jianhong in the center for this encounter. Giraldo in the red for the Dominican Republic, and Krasatseva of Kazakhstan is in the blue. And the Kazakh is off to a good start as well. 2 points for that shot to the trunk. She has made a bit of a name for herself from reaching big occasions and not being overawed by them. At the World Championships last year, she won her first encounter. And she finished 5th at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last year as well. So very young, very new to these types of occasions. But she's not waiting around to let matches come to her. Not waiting around either was Giraldo, leveling it up. Five-minute format in Para Taekwondo as opposed to the round system we see in Olympic Taekwondo. It allows for a little bit more feeling out of your opponent because there isn't that need to sprint to a first round victory as there is when you're playing best of 3 rounds. There's time to play a few more games in the early exchanges, knowing that any deficit you incur, you can claw back quickly when things get towards the end of the 5-minute period, when there's a little more fatigue out on the mat. Showing no fatigue is Krasatseva, bouncing around, and so too Giraldo now. She's going to work onto the trunk, but counter shot was good from Krasatseva. From in close, made sure she scored 2 off the trunk there. Can score up to 4 points is the maximum from one single attack in Para Taekwondo. That would be a spinning kick to the trunk. There's no headshots permitted in Para Taekwondo. Decision made for safety reasons, and you can see the extra visor onto the head as well in Para Taekwondo. So all the focus is on that Olympic and Paralympic symbol on the front of the trunk protector. Aim for the Paris 2024 logo and you're in good stead. 4 apiece. Nice push kick into the trunk, then a little up higher to the top of the protector. The electronic scoring system in Taekwondo means the threshold for power when you kick has to be met and exceeded in order to score. So the sensors in your socks, sensors in the trunk have to correspond with each other and register a powerful enough kick for points to be scored. Timeout called, and that's at the discretion of either camp. They can call a 1-minute timeout during the 5 minutes, and Krasatseva with some time to think about things, and Yerkin Isa, her coach as well, has an opportunity, as does Oscar Maldonado, Dominican Republic's coach.
Athletes with impairments in either one or both upper limbs. They compete against each other in the same weight category. 5 weight categories for men, 5 for women. Each medal event will have 12 athletes that have qualified for the Games. A total of 120 athletes here in Paris in Para Taekwondo for the competition. Athletes making their way back onto the mat. Come on, Paris, give them some encouragement now.
Two youngsters in centre stage in Geraldo and Kazatseva, the Dominican Republic. Geraldo in the red, 21 years of age and full of fast fury to begin with, but amidst the thick of all that, numerous attacks right from the off, she was countered by Kazatseva. So full marks to the blocking and defensive system of Kazatseva. Managed to nullify the strength of those attacks with her left arm. Also her covering as well, from making sure that she backed out of that fast beginning before striking with a shot of her own. 6-4. Coming towards the last minute as Geraldo levels up. Front kick to make space from Kazatseva. Now the black belt has come undone, I think, from Geraldo's, or a little bit loose, so she gets that adjusted. Turning kick from Geraldo, hits another one to the trunk. 8-6 now for the Dominican Republic fighter. Has the lead on one of the few occasions in this contest. It's been Kazatseva who's led the way, but into the last 30 seconds, and she's down. The Kazakhstan teenager levels it up, though. Trunk shot and counter trunk shot. They trade 2 points. Last 5 seconds remaining. Can someone score this before golden round ensures? Going to work again goes Geraldo. She's not going to be profiting from that last exchange, but you can see the intensity that she brings to those combination attacks of hers. Hasn't always, in that 5-minute period, worked out for her. Geraldo left herself open for the score from Kazatseva, but it's also seen her level that up. So into golden round we go, where the first 2-point score wins.
Allez, ce golden score, tout va se décider ensemble, mesdames et messieurs. Un maximum de bruit. 1, 2, 3, Paris de bruit!
Who'll make the decisive move here? That 2-point score is what they're both seeking, and then it's all over. Quarterfinals will be booked from the person that gets the first score, and it is Kazatseva who peels away after striking for those 2 points for the victory. She scored early in the contest, and after that brief break, the fight plan was perfect. Kazatseva booking her place in the next round, and Elizabeth Geraldo wasn't far away from doing it herself. Switch of tactics as well, because Kazatseva had been the one who, both times after a break, had seen Geraldo come forward quickly. This time she flipped that. She flipped the narrative, made it herself who was the aggressor.
That is kick below the waist is because if I give the gum jump, maybe because this gum jump decided the result is not good. You know, kick below the waist because yeah, voila.
Moins de 47 kilos, le tableau de 16 chez les dames.
So we move on to our next match. It's the women's minus 47 kilograms, round of 16.
Angelique Espinosa up against Guyliane Chemonnier.
Your referees.
Représentant le Pérou.
In blue, representing Peru, Leonor Angelica Espinosa Carranza.
À 26 ans, la championne olympique en titre.
Angelica Espinosa, the Paralympic champion from Tokyo 3 years ago when Para Taekwondo made its debut at the Paralympic Games.
Won silver at the Worlds in Mexico last year, along with the same colour of medal at the Asian Championships in Beirut. Earlier this year, became the Pan Am Para champion in Rio de Janeiro.
Well, since her Paralympic title, she has stepped back from the sport. She's then returned, built herself back up physically. She's been injured and out for 6 months, but came back at the World Championships last year to win a silver medal. And her opponent from Cameroon, Guyliane Chemonnier.
24 years of age, world ranked 30, Paralympic seeded 12, won gold at the African qualification tournament for the Games earlier this year in Dakar.
Booking her ticket in West Africa, in Senegal, to represent Cameroon at a Paralympic Games. Cameroon made their Paralympic debut as recently as London in 2012 and are yet to win a Paralympic medal. Chemonnier carries those hopes here in Paris. Marjan Temouri of the Islamic Republic of Iran is in the middle. Well, in the build-up to these games, Chemonnier has been training in France. She's been training in Poitiers to get ready. 2 sessions a day, every waking hour, no doubt, with thoughts of what this will be like, and up against the Paralympic champion from Tokyo as well. So Espinosa in the blue from Peru, and Guyliane Chemonnier of Cameroon in the red. So the Peruvian 3 years on from that maiden Paralympic Games title in Para Taekwondo. Looks to go again. A lot's happened in the intervening 3 years. She had to really go back to scratch and build herself back up after she took time away from the sport following Tokyo. And she's making sure that she's taking her time to get the sights focused in on Chemonnier, but there comes the first 2 points after a minute. So it's a good start from Cameroon's Chemonnier, making sure that she's got her attacks away as well against Espinosa. Can't go up to the head in Para Taekwondo. No points scored. It would be a gamjon against you if you did. It's all about the trunk. 2-point scores, 3-point scores, or 4-point scores for a spinning shot to the trunk, 3 from a back kick to the trunk, and 2 from a front kick or an attack without a spin. Espinosa is starting to acquire a few more points now, 8. But all the while having to be very wary of Chimonye. Timeout called after that Gamjon against Chimonye, so she's 9 points to nothing down against Espinosa.
So timeout called, 60 seconds timeout with the athlete from Peru, 9-0 in the lead. Leonor Angelica Espinosa Carranza.
Et mesdames et messieurs, les petits bips que vous entendez pour les points, c'est tout simplement des sensors qui sont placés sur les chaussettes et également sur le torse, ce qui permet aux athlètes de marquer des points. 2 points pour un régulier, 3 points en retournée et pour un tour complet, 4 points. Des points supplémentaires donc qui peuvent également être accordés par les juges. Donc aux 4 points si on est à 180 ou 360 degrés. Donc voilà, vous savez tout sur les sensors, les chaussettes et le torse. Encouragement!
Well, we know Angelica Espinosa has been in good form since making her charge back up the rankings in Para-Taekwondo. Results in Manchester last year and at the World Championships in Mexico showed that. And she's showing herself to be in decent fighting form right now. 13-2 up, although Chimonye gets her first points in the contest. As she looks to use that back leg turning kick into the trunk, but the blocking is so good from Espinosa. She then counters and takes the majority of the points. Chimonye is now scoring with a little more fluidity. 15-14. There is a point gap scenario in Para-Taekwondo, but you have to be 30 points ahead to stop the contest. Do that and you win it automatically. You can hear the thud of the attacks from Chimonye, but she's not landing her kicks with enough power to exceed the threshold in the trunk protector of her opponent. When Espinosa counters, she's making it count almost every time. That was better from Chimonye. But Espinosa there just with that front foot attack. She's hardly made an attack in the last 30 seconds, but she's scored more points than her opponent in that time. She's picking her moments really well. You can see that covering, which is the avoidance of attacks by Espinosa, is really good. Doesn't cover that one very well. She gets hit right in the center of her trunk. Look at the side tapping. It's perfectly executed from Espinosa. 2 or 3 in a row there. Gamjon against Espinosa. So that's what the 2 yellow markers are in the top left-hand corner. Penalty point against both of them, but you need to give away 10 penalty points before you are in real trouble and disqualified. Nonetheless, every point against you, every penalty against you gives a point to your opponent. So Chimonye concedes another one, 24-7. Last 30 seconds of the contest, the last 16 rounds at the moment. Quarterfinals beckon. There's the back kick attempt, doesn't land, would have been 3 points, but instead Chimonye racks up a few points of her own, and she's played her style of fighting in this one, and she's up against the Paralympic champion, no less, but nonetheless, with 9 points to her name against Angelica Espinosa. Nonetheless, a strong outing from Céline Chemonnier, but it is the victory to Angelica Espinosa of Peru, 28-9. 3 years on from her Tokyo title. The Paris campaign is underway.
If the answer isn't fair, then call on me. When you need somebody, when you can't stop the tears from falling down.
Mesdames et messieurs, regardez ce qu'on va faire. On va faire un haut ensemble. À chaque fois qu'ils vont de l'autre côté, regardez, ça donne. Oh, ça va être à chaque fois le jeu avec vous. Regardez. Nos volontaires, ils sont là tout au long de la journée. Et regardez, attention, ça va être à vous dans un instant. Attention. Oh. Allez, on peut les applaudir très fort. Applaudissements pour nos volontaires. Moins de 58 kilos, tableau de 16 chez les hommes.
Next up, we have the men's minus 58 kilogram.
Xiaoxiang Wen of Chinese Taipei in action against Ibrahim Danishi of Afghanistan.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant Taipei chinois.
In blue, representing Chinese Taipei,
Xiaoxiang Wen, who has every chance of going all the way here in Paris. He's off the back of an exceptionally strong year in 2023, winning the Asian Para Games and then coming second at the World Championships to Yashur of Israel.
Gold at the Asian Para Championships in Da Nang.
En rouge représentant l'Afghanistan.
In red, representing Afghanistan, Ibrahim Danishi.
Ibrahim Danishi is doing a quick turnaround here in Paris because in the opening ceremony he was the flag bearer for Afghanistan. He is his country's only competitor at the Paralympic Games in Paris, so he was waving Afghanistan's flag at the Place de la Concorde in the opening ceremony just last night, and now he's competing.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Afghanistan have had a maximum of 2 athletes compete in any single edition of the Paralympic Games. That happened in Tokyo, Athens and Atlanta. As we see Moldova's Maxime Gauss draw the athletes to their marks. But on other occasions for Afghanistan, it's just been a sole competitor, and Ibrahim Danishi is that man in Paris today. He finished 7th at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last year in China, and he qualified through the regional system, beating Mahata of Nepal in order to book his ticket here. So Afghanistan's Danishi in the red, and Chinese Taipei's Xiao Shangwen is in the blue. 5-minute rounds, and it is the overall winner of the most points who will take the contest, unless there's a point gap as well. If you exceed 30 points of difference between your opponent, then the fight stops automatically. Smart work onto the side trunk of Xiao Shangwen. He records the first 2-point scores of the contest, and a Gamjeon now against Danishi. Danishi with a good break of the distance, and then comes forward to launch a back leg turning kick into the trunk. It doesn't score. Instead, he tries a front kick, or a slightly more direct route to that trunk protector. No headshots in Para Taekwondo, so both athletes' eyes trained onto the trunk protector only. You can punch your opponent, but you won't score from it. Can be used as part of a combination attack or a distraction technique. Xiao Shangwen, having settled into this contest nicely, 7 to the good, and he's looking to push pressure and possibly push Danishi out of the ring, and another Gamjeon for that. Instead, he decides to bring things back to the middle a little bit more. Good block, and also a cover from that attack. It is the defensive side of Taekwondo which so often separates those at the very top end of it, and this defensive performance has been really sharp so far from Xiao Shangwen. That's why Danishi's struggled to land points with his attacks, but he's on the board now, 11-4. Nicely done by Danishi. Attacking off both legs goes Danishi. Looks to bring that left leg round and change his stance. Under fire from Xiao Shangwen, but he's turned to defend nicely. Back leg turning kick from Danishi. 7 points the difference. He stemmed the scoring flow of Xiao, and that'll be a reason for cheer. Quick change of stance from open to closed to then attack. Now under pressure at the edge of the ring, and there's a 2-point snuck through the guard by Xiao Shangwen. Twist kick into a back leg turning kick. That went almost up to the face, I think it did. Headshot's not allowed in Para Taekwondo. So the Gamjeon for that headshot, and a yellow card to go with it. Xiao Shangwen was starting to open up his repertoire, and opted for a back kick into the trunk, and in the process of that taking off, it went a little higher than he wanted it to. And he's back to it, keeping things under the chin strap and onto the guard. Chinese Taipei fighter in the blue with this 10-point lead now in the last 16. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals later on in this session.
Stand up.
In Taekwondo, the gold medals decided on the same day that you start your competition, so those that make it through to the gold medal and medal matches have a long day in store. It does mean that everyone wakes up with the same ambition, but only the lucky few, those that fought the hardest, will go to bed with medals around their necks. You can see the power that Xiao Xingwen can affect off that back leg. It really is impressive, and the points will come now and quickly. And 32-7 has brought this match completely away from Danishi. It's no longer a 7-point gap. It's a 25-point gap. 5 more and the contest ends automatically from Xiao Xingwen.
Stand up.
And just for a moment, the defensive plan was not put into action by Danishi, and Xiao Xingwen has just opened up from that back leg turning kick, and he's gone all the way out to a 30-point advantage. The fight stops there. Xiao Xingwen of Chinese Taipei with a big first victory.
Once an athlete gets 30 points clear, then the match is over with. So progressing through to that quarter-final, representing Chinese Taipei, Xiao Xingwen.
Someone like you and all you know and how you speak. Countless lovers under cover of the street. You know that I could use somebody. You know that I could use somebody.
Moins de 52 kilos. Tableau de 16.
Women's under 52 kilogram round of 16 now, with Salma Monim Hassan of Egypt and Nima Stensi Obonyo of Kenya.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant l'Égypte.
In blue, representing Egypt,
Salma Ali Abdelmonem Hassan.
3 years ago, Salma Monim Hassan was the second youngest competitor at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. 3 years on from that debut, she is 21 years of age, and her star continues to rise as well. She's the world silver medalist from the championships in Veracruz last year, where she lost to Keano in the final.
En rouge, représentant le Kenya.
In red, representing Kenya, Nima Stensi Obonyo.
À tout juste 22 ans, ses premiers Jeux Olympiques.
Kenya's Nima Stensi Obonyo is just 1 year older than her opponent today. Kenya are a very successful Paralympic nation, but they had a low-key Tokyo 3 years ago, winning just a single medal.
Earlier this year in Dakar.
And in Taekwondo, they have never won a medal at the Paralympic Games. But Nima Stensi Obonyo onto the mat with ambitions to change that.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, start the match.
So Jatipon Hemwonno of Thailand is our referee.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, on compte sur vous et vos encouragements maintenant. Paris, faites-moi du bruit!
Check out the trunk protector, and Obonyo takes her marks. Number 5 seed of Egypt, Salma Monim Hassan, is in the blue, and Kenya's Nima Stensi Obonyo in the red. Obonyo comes forward right from the off, looking for shots to the trunk, and only to the trunk in para taekwondo. 2 points for a kick to the trunk, 3 if it's a back kick, 4 if it's a spinning kick. Powerful contacts from both sides to open things up, but neither activating the electronic scoring sensors in the trunk protector. So the power threshold not met. Not met yet. Instead, a point for a gamjong. Penalty system in para taekwondo means 10 points as Obonyo hits the floor, and that means another gamjon against her. 10 gamjons, and you lose the fight automatically. We're a long way from that. However, every penalty against you is a point for your opponent, so 2 up goes Salma Monim Hassan. Looking for that steep inward angling up to the trunk with her back leg. To get right through that left-handed guard. The guard hand of Obonyo. And she does get through it to score her first points via her feet in the contest. Good judgment of distance from Hassan. She backed off initially in order to stay away from that back leg turning kick of Obonyo, and then right at the end leant in to nullify any close quarter shots coming into her. The control of distance, so important in para taekwondo, dictating where the fight is fought at is so important to the outcome of the contest as a whole. If you dictate the distance, if you're the one controlling how far away your opponent is having to attack you from, then you can go a long way to scoring points yourself and keeping your opponent from scoring on you, as Hassan has done so far. She leads 6-0. And timeout called. So Ismail Mahran is the man who's giving the instructions, the coach of Hassan.
Protective equipment and sensor socks, which determines if a point is scored when hitting their opponent's torso. Points are awarded by hitting their opponent's torso. Athletes get 2 points for regular kicks, 3 points for a turning kick, 4 points for a spinning kick. The extra points are scored by the corner judges with their handsets, whether it's a 180 or a 360-degree spinning kick. The athletes make their way back onto the mat. Come on, Paris, the world is watching. Let's hear you.
To be.
Abonyo comes forward again, straight from the off in the red. The Kenyan, Salman Monim Hassan in the blue for Egypt. Another 2 points off the trunk from the Egyptian from Cairo. For Hassan right now, she's reading the cues very well off Abonyo. She's seeing the attack before it is launched and making the adjustments required. See her right and left arms, they'll be put in the way to block the strength of the kicks coming through. And although it means kicks still land, they're landing with much less force than they otherwise would, because she's managing to get her arms in the way. That's the essence of blocking in Taekwondo. And there's covering as well, which is avoiding completely the attacks of your opponent through backward steps, leaning out of the contest, making sure the kick coming towards you doesn't land. But for Abonyo, she does land that one. Lands it and gets 3 points on the board for herself. A couple of shots landing just under the trunk protector as well. The left arm resting over her trunk protector from Hassan.
Please come. Please. Yes. What's your question? Yes. What is your question? Yeah, I know. What is your question you want to ask?
So I think the challenge card hadn't been given to Ismail Mahran. And he wanted to make sure that he had that handy should he need it. 12-3. Hassan doing her best to make sure that it's not needed. With no headshots in para-taekwondo, the need to challenge becomes far less. Into the last 30 for Hassan, and life very comfortable for the world silver medalist from last year. in her second Olympic Games. Her opener has been handled well against Obonyo, who's come out flying. She's not left anything out at all. She's made sure that under the lights of the Grand Palais, she's given absolutely everything that could have worked against Salma. Moneem Hassan, had her defensive game not been as good as it was, and it was terrific. Completely in control. So Salma Moneem Hassan wins her first encounter in Paris, 12-3.
From Egypt, Salma Ali Abdal Moneem Hassan.
Il va donc continuer sa route direction les quarts de finale.
I'ma feed you to the wolves when you get nasty back at me. But baby, don't distract me. I'm a goner, I lost her. Like, why the hell you wanna play me that way?
India's Aruna Tanwa now in action against Turkey's Nurichan Ekinci.
Round of 16.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Représentant l'Inde.
In blue, representing India,
Aruna. La médaillée de bronze en Italia en 2019.
Aruna Tanwa of India, 24 years of age, from Uttar Pradesh, not far from the river Ganges.
This is her second Paralympic Games.
It is her
She won bronze at the Worlds in Turkey
returning
2019.
Paralympic Games entry after Tokyo.
Championships in Brisbane.
En rouge, représentant la Turquie.
In red, representing Turkey, Nurkihan Ekinci.
Nurcihan Ekinci of Turkey, someone who has been a consistent performer at the European Championships for the last 4 editions. She is so strong on the European continental level.
From 2021 in Istanbul, she won the European Championship in 2022, followed by a silver last year and bronze this year in Belgrade.
She's also a member of Turkey's national kickboxing team, and in terms of Taekwondo, it is no surprise that she is able to deliver so consistently and over so many years as well. 36 years of age now is the Turkish Taekwondoist. Sandra Magali Peña Akinagas is in the middle. The number 6 seed against the number 11 seed, Ekinci of Turkey. about to get going, but Aruna Tanwa making sure that she wanted to let her opponent know that the honour is all hers in this contest. Aruna Tanwa in the blue, Ekinci of Turkey in the red. The Indian Aruna won bronze at the Asian Para Games last year. And she has a bronze from World Championships back in 2019 as well. She actually competed in Tokyo with a fractured bone in her quarter-final, in her foot. So she was forced to retire after that made itself present and aware to her. Turkey's Ekinci with the first points in this one. Aruna coming in for what looked like a punch there, but in the exchange it was Ekinci who took the points from it. And Tanwa goes down with very audible sounds of pain for Aruna Tanwa. Well, everyone's straight on to help Aruna Tanwa, as you can hear, in extreme, extreme distress. And injuries at Paralympic Games have befalled her before as well. Each time she's come back from them, but goodness me, the chances of coming back within this contest would seem slim to non-existent. That was extremely, extremely painful. It must have been. And amazingly, Aruna Tanwa saying, I can stand, I can walk, and I can fight. And how on earth she's able to take her place after what looked like such a painful fall. It's astonishing from Aruna Tanwa. Here she goes, back to her marks. She wants to keep going. And a sensible time for a timeout from Aruna Tanwa's team, and coach Sandhya Bharti got a timeout card to play, so at least take another minute and see if things can improve in some way. Astonishing, absolutely astonishing to have suffered a fall like that and go back to your marks.
Alors les coups portés à la tête ne sont pas autorisés en para Taekwondo. Il y a donc des points de pénalité.
It was the initial shots from Ekinci which saw her rack up a few points. This attack here was the one which really did for Aruna Tanwa. And the back of the knee.
Si vous gagnez, vous conservez donc le droit à une vidéo. Allez, mesdames et messieurs, vos encouragements.
Seemed to be that moment she went up to the trunk for it, which was the uncomfortable moment, more than uncomfortable, extremely painful. And she's taking shots to the trunk again. 5-0 ahead is Ekinci. She takes 2 more points out of the trunk. Aruna Tamwa is standing with more confidence and more firmness with every passing second, but still very gingerly standing on that right leg. But if her powers of recovery can continue through this match, anything's possible. Nine points ahead, though, for Akinci, who herself is needing to keep focus. Change of stance to try and get that front foot into the trunk. Good blocking and evasion from Aruna. Able to rock back on that leg and make sure she avoided the strongest part of the attack. On account of not being able to move as quickly as she was, she's dominating the ring in the center. Akinci choosing to move round her. Also sensible from the fighter from Turkey. Aruna Tamwa still looking for scores and going off that front foot. 2 minutes remaining. Plenty of time to come back from 9-0 down if she can score points. Gets that blocking arm in the way. Points scored from Akinci for the first time in about a minute or so. Takes another 2. Back leg turning kick. Good block from Aruna. Can't block a double attack there from Akinci. And of course, the injury has massively affected Aruna Tamwa's performance in the contest. If you're just joining us, she fell to the ground, screaming in agony, holding the back of her left knee at the very start of this contest. Incredibly stood up again and got back on with it, but unable to move at anything like the speed and agility that she was displaying to begin with. She's going to see this one through. And she's given herself that chance because you never know what can happen. And she's made sure she's going to go all 5 minutes here at the Grand Palais in Paris against a formidable opponent as well in Nursihan Akinci. Her Paralympics in Tokyo ended with a fractured bone in her foot in her quarterfinal. Here in the last 16, she's suffered more injury woe, and it's affected her performance, but she's made it through, and she's fought all the way against an injury which massively affected her movement and would have been painful all the way through as well. Aruna Tamwa stares down something which may well have mauled her out of the contest. It didn't. She went all the way with Nursihan Akinci, who won 19 points to nothing in the end. And Aruna of India from Uttar Pradesh fights on. Amazing resilience from the Indian fighter. This was the moment that she went down, and you can See the grabbing of the leg, and there was audibly a lot of distress for her. But yeah, the challenge was not a challenger. Timeout was called, and she somehow took her marks again. Kinsey kept her focus, but Aruna Tamwa, with all 5 minutes of action savoured. Savoured, but through gritted teeth, she made that through. Now from Nepal, Bharat Singh Mahatta, and from Japan, Tanaka Mitsuya face each other in the under 58 kilograms in the men's category.
Please welcome your referees.
Représentant le Népal.
In blue, representing Nepal,
Bharat Singh Mahatta.
Bharat Singh Mahatta from Kathmandu in Nepal. 27 years of age in Paris for the first time at a Paralympic Games.
Along with the Asia Para Championship.
He's a farmer away from the mat. When the kicking begins, it'll be Bharat Singh Mahatta with all-out focus on what's in front of him. He used to be a standing volleyball player as well. But initially, when he went into parasport, it was wheelchair cricket that he wanted to play. Someone said, "Have you thought about Taekwondo?" And he went from there. And from there, he's got to here to face this man, Tanaka Mitsuya, from Tosu in Japan.
32-year-old, world-ranked 5, Paralympic seeded 6. Won bronze in both the 2019 African and Asian Para Championships. In 2022, became the Asian Para Champion in Ho Chi Minh City.
Another man who played a different sport before moving to Taekwondo. It was football that was his fix. But after watching the Rio Paralympics, he switched to Para Taekwondo. And he's been 5th at the last 3 World Championships as well. And that's the last World Championships that he's entered. That goes back to 2017. So Tanaka of Japan is in the red, and Bharat Singh Mahatta of Nepal is in the blue. Straight away, a Gamjon against Mahatta. So 1 penalty point in order for Tanaka's corner. Similarly statured two fighters, and they keep their distance from each other to begin with. Back leg turning kick from Tanaka. Spinning back kick attempt from Mahata. Only scores in Para Taekwondo will be recorded if they're to the trunk. Nothing to the head is legal. Punches are allowed, but they won't score you points. 2 points for a kick to the trunk, 3 for a back kick to the trunk, and 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk. But we're still looking for our first score to the trunk of any form. Minute in to this 5-minute round. Single round of 5 minutes in Para Taekwondo. From in close, nothing that Tanaka was able to affect from there. Now they're scoring, and it's Tanaka's side that gets it. He read the attack well, then slotted a left-footed kick onto the trunk. So challenge requested from Mahata's corner. That request to see whether the sensors are firing properly between the two competitors, that the electronics are reading and speaking to each other. You have electronic sensors in the socks and sensors into the trunk protector of your opponent. When they match up physically, when a kick lands on the trunk, then they correspond and award points if the threshold of power is exceeded. There was no test, there was no issue with the electronic scoring system, so that request was effectively wasted by Mahata's corner, and that meant a point against him for making it. They asked for the sensors to be checked because they felt their athlete wasn't scoring the points he should have. Anyway, now a timeout called. That's 6 down against Tanaka Mahata, with matters needing to be worked on. For Tanaka, great start.
Timeout with a 6-0 current lead for the athletes from Japan. It's Tanaka Mitsuya.
Allez, on vous l'a dit, mesdames et messieurs, vous aussi, vous êtes acteurs dans ces Jeux paralympiques. On l'a vu à l'instant avec de la musique, du bruit, c'est ça aussi. Les encouragements, c'est maintenant le grand palais, vos encouragements.
Oui.
2 minutes gone, 3 minutes remaining. Tanaka with that lead, 6-0. He's jumping and leaping nicely. That was a back kick attempted. 180-degree rotation, and then that right foot went through to the guard, and he tries it again. Turns away from his opponent to open up that back kick. Doesn't score on that occasion. Still, he's with a comfortable 8-point lead. Unlike in Olympic Taekwondo, the point gap in order for a match to stop automatically is much bigger. It's 30 points at this stage in a competition. Just 12 points in Olympic Taekwondo. So Tanaka a long way off from making anything automatic, but nonetheless a good start against Mahata. Tanaka doing a fair amount of stepping away from the contest, but in doing so, he's then coming back in for the counter shots and making them land. 12-0 now. Seeking to create extra distance between himself and his opponent, bringing Mahata forward, and then he hits back, and he hits back effectively. So timeouts. The Grand Palais pauses. The venue above all others, which strikes such a pose. Even in this wonderful city of fabulous monuments, the Grand Palais stands out. It's been under renovation for a few years. It's not actually officially open to the public yet. That'll happen next year in 2025, when global events will come back, Paris Fashion Week and the like. But the Olympics and Paralympics given special status and allowed to open the doors of the Grand Palais to the public for para-taekwondo. Oh, for over 100 years, art exhibitions, air shows even, fashion weeks, of course, all held under the ironwork of this wonderful glass ceiling in the Grand Palais. But for the next 3 days, it's the art of kicking and punching that takes place instead. Gamjum against Tanaka, so first point on the board for Bharat Singh Mahata. No doubt a long way back in this last 16 contest. Quarter-final place for the winner. Double kick attempt, or a step up kick actually attempt from Tanaka. So with a minute to go, he's feeling ever more confident out there and starts to go through his repertoire a little bit more. He's kept things very, very tight and very effective for 4 minutes. Creeping in for scores and then shooting away again. Making sure he's out of reach. That's a shot to the head, which is illegal. Didn't look deliberate, it just crept up there. So another Gamjon against Mahata, and another point to Tanaka, 17-1. No headshots in para-taekwondo. It's a decision made for safety reasons, primarily. Front foot, then the double kick. Last 20 seconds. Back kick thought about from Tanaka, so to Mahata. Will there be something of the spinning variety to finish off from either here? Tanaka has done what he needs to do, but he's still with energy in the legs. And it's a brilliant performance from the Japanese. Tanaka Mitsuya. looking very, very good in the Grand Palais against Bharat Singh Mahatta of Nepal. 19-3, he's into the quarterfinals. Things started with a scream and a bang for Mahatta. And although the fireworks only came later for Tanaka, there was lots of high-quality Taekwondo to admire from the Japanese. He was direct, purposeful. He was quick around the ring. There were double kicks like that.
Attention.
Towards the end, he opened up things a little bit more. That double kick will be something that his rivals in the next round will be very aware of. Zara Rahimi now against Xiao Xian in the round of 16 under 52 kilogram women's competition.
Please welcome your referees.
La République islamique d'Iran.
In blue, representing Islamic Republic of Iran,
Zara Rahimi.
Zara Rahimi of the Islamic Republic of Iran from the town of Tabriz in northern Iran.
15 years of age, the youngest para-taekwondo athlete here in Paris. She won gold at the Asian Para-Championships in Da Nang earlier this year. Just 15 years of age.
So Zara Rahimi, still 15 years of age. And she is the youngest woman in the draw.
In red, representing People's Republic of China,
So Xiao Xian of the People's Republic of China, just 23 years of age herself, but 8 years of difference over her opponent.
Ranked 7th, silver medalist at last year's Para Championships hosted in Brisbane. Also participated in Mexico in the World Para Championships.
Well, China are such a powerhouse of the Paralympic Games. They are third in the medals table for all time, but for the last 5 editions of the Paralympic Games, they've topped the medals table. Paula Ramirez Ruiz of Spain is the referee. Xiao Xian is the Asian Para Games champion from last year. She beat Mongolia's Ulaanbaatar in the final. She came 9th at the World Championships, so she didn't quite make it to the quarterfinals then. At the Paris Paralympic Games, she is intending to be featuring in those quarterfinals, and winning this encounter would mean that she gets there. She's in the red, and Zara Rahimi is in the blue of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we mentioned earlier. Just 15 years of age, the Iranian. And yet she was the victor of the Asian Championships this year in Vietnam. So she's someone who, although still a student, is fastly not just learning the order of things, but dishing up a few lessons of her own. There's time to process in para taekwondo. There's time to work out your opponent, and that's what we're seeing at the start of this one. In Olympic taekwondo, it's the first to win 3 rounds. Each is 2 minutes, so it's a sprint out of the blocks. But when you've got 5 minutes and it's a single round, there's time to figure things out a little bit more, and figuring out a little quicker is Rahimi. She's off and running with 2 points off Xiao Qian. A tap and then a flick of that front leg. She may be young, Rahimi, but she's no cadet. Comes in for close quarter action. It doesn't result in any scores. Xiao Qian replies. It's her first points in the contest now, 2 apiece between China and Iran. No headshots allowed in para taekwondo. It's all about the trunk and scoring a combination of 2, 3 or 4 point scores. Or conceding a penalty point, which gives your opponent a point score. And that was for against Xiao Qian there. So it is Rahimi who has the lead after nearly 2.5 minutes. A brilliant start for someone so young on such a vast stage. Not just the Paralympic Games, but the venue that we're in, the Grand Palais. The history and the illustrious surroundings, all combining to make this event so special. One which the coaches live and breathe as well.
Là également, mesdames et messieurs, comparé à Tokyo, où il n'y avait que 70 athlètes de 36 nations, le saut en avant est vraiment grand.
Yuji of China is Xiao Qian's coach. So last few moments for her. And this is tight. This needs the collective brain power of not just the athletes, but their coaches to help them as well. And for Xiao Qian, you know, she will be aware of the age of her opponent, and that always, if anything, puts pressure on the elder of the two in a contest where someone is extremely young like this. Because Xiao Qian is not old herself, and yet all of a sudden there's the new kid on the block opposite her. And not just doing that, but leading the way here. Entering the last couple of minutes and now taking out a 3-point lead. So Rahimi is extending her lead. Good blocking from Xiao Qian with that right arm. Zara Rahimi's turn with a good block. She's making sure her defensive game is up to scratch in this contest. It's been more about defense than attack. Gamjeon for holding on to her opponent in the clinch. So 4 points the difference now with 90 seconds to go. Rahimi's case is looking ever better. Quest for a quarter-final berth. Quarter-finals taking place later in this very session. So it's a quick turnaround for the winner. 8-2 now, another 2-point score with the trunk. This is looking ever more possible for Zahra Rahimi against the gold medalist at the Asian Para Games last year in Shaoxian of China. The Iranian delegation would have put Zahra Rahimi into the action, not because of any amount of experience they want to give her, but because they know she's up for the experience. They think she's ready. And hasn't she shown that so far over 4 minutes and 15 seconds? 45 to go between China and Iran. Rahimi, just 15 years of age, from Tabriz in northern Iran, against Shaoxian, 23 years of age. But it is the teenager who's serving up the lessons in this one. 12-2. Another Gamjeon, that gets even bigger. 3 Gamjeons now. They haven't helped the Shaoxian cause. 15 seconds to turn this around. It will be a tough ask. It will be a flurry of feet if she does. Zahra Rahimi heading for the quarterfinals for Iran. 13 points on the board for the 15-year-old. And from the last 16 she goes into the last 8. What an opening encounter from young Zahra Rahimi of the Islamic Republic of Iran. 13-2. She's beaten Shaoxian of China. The teenage tearaway with a wonderful performance.
Taekwondo athlete here in Paris, 15 years of age, Islamic Republic of Iran representing. It's Zahra Rahimi, and she goes through to the next round, to the quarterfinals.
On va donc notre toute jeune athlète tout à l'heure donc en quart de finale.
Now, Zakia Kudadadi is in action against Elizabeth Rodriguez Rivero.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
She's the first representative of the Refugee Paralympic team to take to action at the Paralympic Games in 2024. Zakia Kudadadi is here to fight.
She won gold at the European Paralympic Championships last year in Rotterdam and gold again this year at the European qualification tournament for the game hosted in Sofia.
RPT representative. The Refugee Paralympic team in Paris are about to get their campaign underway. And up against Cuba's Elizabeth Rodriguez Rivero, 27 years of age. Cuba have never won a Paralympic medal before, having been competing at the Paralympic Games since 1992. Can she change that today?
In San Jose and participated in the World last year in Mexico.
Well, she was 5th at the World Championships last year, and she won bronze in Santiago at the Pan American Games in Chile. Almost 12 months ago now. Renata Petrikova of Czechia is the referee. Well, Kudadadi is competing in her second Paralympic Games. She finished 9th in Tokyo when she was representing Afghanistan. Zakia Kudadadi of the Refugee Paralympic team in the blue, and Elizabeth Rodriguez Rivero of Cuba is in the red. Now, RPT consists of just 8 athletes and 1 guide runner here in Paris. It's the biggest Refugee Paralympic team we've seen since the team were introduced at Rio in 2016. And they are the team which represents the over 120 million forcibly displaced people around the world. Furious and fast beginning between these two. 2 points each. And if you're new to Para-Taekwondo, what you need to know is that there are no head kicks allowed. It's all about the trunk. So a direct kick to the trunk for 2 points, 3 points if it's a back kick to the trunk, and 4 points if you can score a spinning kick to the trunk. That's a simple 2-pointer to Zakia Kudadadi. This contest taking place from really close into each other. They're not looking to fight this one from distance, both quite happy to operate within range of their opponents. And that allows you to score points a little more freely yourself, but potentially have points scored on you as well. But both of them backing their defensive game. The blocking and covering side of things. Kudadadi with another 2 for a 6-2 lead now. Making that a 6-point lead overall, 8-2. Asking for a challenge here is Zakia Kudadadi. Or rather, a timeout to think about things. Great beginning from Zakia Kudadadi and the Refugee Paralympic team. She lives in Paris, actually. She trains at the National Institute of Sport in this city, having competed for Afghanistan in Tokyo.
Ever since the first World Championships were held in 2009.
Elizabeth Rodriguez Rivero is part of a power couple in sport. Her partner Guillermo Verona has represented Cuba in para-athletics. He's placed 4th in the javelin throw at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
Here at the Grand Palais, the number has been significantly increased since last time out of the last games in Tokyo.
But Rivera herself needing to recover from the 6 points down deficit against refugee Paralympic team Zakia Kudadadi. Three and a half minutes, 3 minutes 10 rather, remaining in the contest. It's just a single round in para-taekwondo. Unlike the 3-round system in the Olympic version of the sport. This is all in for 5. And whoever has the most points at the end of it will take the victory. 8-4. Rivero taking some points back for her own kitty. Jumping kick from Kudadadi, looking to get up into that trunk and through the guard, surprise her opponent. She lands it on the second attempt. She'd sent a sighter out earlier, and she repeated the trick, but with more venom. 10-4 for Kudadadi. Now they're keeping a little more distance from each other than we saw in the beginning. It's a game of brinkmanship. Who's going to come in for the score? And that time it's Kudadadi, and she takes it. Excellent timing. Timeout called this time from Rodriguez Rivero's corner with 1:49 on the clock. 12-4 the difference. Cuba have never won a Paralympic medal before, but they have 21 athletes here in Paris, 3 in Taekwondo, and they're all trying to change that. But she's got to change this scoreline first. Kudadadi with a very healthy bank balance right now. The French fans in the Grand Palais. Not many French entrants into para-taekwondo over all the weight categories, but plenty supporting Zakia and the refugee Paralympic team. Rest renews the vigor, and Rivera goes back to it. Increases her tally, but 14-6, 8 points for 19 seconds remaining. Kudadadi was someone who fought for a bronze at the World Championships last year, but didn't win the medal in the end. And Rodriguez Rivera also fought for a bronze at the Worlds last year and didn't take the victory in that bronze medal contest. So they both have a similar track record, similar results on the way to Paris. And they'll know each other extremely well too. This being the first generation of para-taekwondo professional athletes. They face each other very frequently at the international events, everyone traveling to the global circuit and facing each other frequently across the season. There aren't too many secrets amongst the top practitioners in each weight class. And here, Kudadadi has got to be careful. She's being clawed back here. Now the gap is 4 points. Rodriguez Rivero having forced 2 of those points through Gamjons. And there's another one coming here as well. So 14-11 now. You can't give away 10 Gamjons in 5 minutes. That's an automatic disqualification. We're a long way from that. But each point is a point, each penalty is a point against. Or rather a point for your opponent. That's a trunk shot. Now that's significant for Kudadadi. 16-11. The crowd responds. Their nerves settled somewhat, those behind Kudadadi. Last 30, the Refugee Paralympic team's Kudadadi's batteries having faded somewhat in these closing stages, but she's finding a way through, accessing the last remaining energy cells she has in this absorbing and exhausting first encounter. 17-11 comes, 19-11, and the last 10 seconds are going to be all hers. She's going to go through to the quarterfinals here. Zakia Kudadadi of the Refugee Paralympic team with the ideal beginning, the opening that the team wanted. And she's done it. An exhausting first encounter, but Zakia has executed it oh so well. 21-11 in the end. French flags flying for Zakia Kudadadi, who lives in Paris. And the quarterfinals await. A lot of backing in this arena for Zakia Kudadadi in the absence of French practitioners in this weight class. French flags were waving for someone who calls this city home, having come from Afghanistan. Now lives and trains in Paris and has done for a few years. She started really well in this contest. But once Rodriguez Rivero got going, she clawed back the deficit. She was looking to make things close towards the end and almost did. The RPT's Zakia Kudadadi settled the nerves towards the end.
I don't blame you. We got carried away. I can't hold on to an empty space.
Now you found when you start to orbit, it could be love. I think you're too soon to call us old. When and where did we go cold? I thought I had you.
Moins de 58 kilos, le tableau de 16 chez les hommes.
Spain's Joel Martin Villalobos in action against Idi Umaru Jabiru of Niger.
Please welcome your referee.
Représentant l'Espagne.
In blue, representing Spain,
Joel Martin Villalobos.
Joel Martin Villalobos of Spain, just 20 years of age in his Paralympic debut.
20 years of age, world ranked 8th last year, won silver in the Oceania Para Championships and bronze in the European Championships. Won gold earlier this year in the European qualification tournament for the Games.
Bronze is racking up in the back pocket for Joel Martin Villalobos. And it's not just in Europe that he's making a name for himself. Spanish sporting circles increasingly attracting headlines, the Spaniard. Now, Ide Umaru Djibarou of Niger, who won the African qualifier to book his ticket to Paris.
2022 African Para Championships and gold this year in the African qualification tournament for the Games.
He is the first Paralympian from Niger in Para-Taekwondo. They've only ever had 7 athletes representing Niger at the Paralympics. 6 have come in track and field, 1 in powerlifting. No medals yet, but maybe Djibarou under the glass ceiling of the Grand Palais can change that. Afghanistan's Shafi Rustami is the referee. Well, this man's a fan of the American CJ Nicholas, who is known for his explosive power as well, so potentially Djibarou looking to emulate the style as well of CJ. He's in the red. Spain's Joel Martin Villalobos in the blue, and Niger's Ide Umaru Djibarou is in the red. Explosive beginning. Shot to the trunk from the Spaniard. He gets the first 2 of the contest. Bringing lots of energy to proceedings, but dropping his guard just for Djibarou to come through. And then we see the explosive power of the man from Niger. Villalobos feinting, trying to cause a reaction in the reactions, the guard, the disposition of Djibarou, so that he can then spot a weakness and try and score 2 points. Instead, it's Djibarou who scores 2 to line things up for 4-all. This is a mightily impressive beginning from the pair. 45 seconds in, and the score's starting to rack up already. There's very little feeling out between the two. There's goes the double kick from Villalobos. He scores with 1 of those. "60 seconds of a real display from these two in the Grand Palais." 8-4 though for Villalobos. Powerful front kick which doesn't score but unsettles the balance of Djibarou. And then more points come afterwards. Villalobos with a 10-4 lead. Everything having come through 2-point scores. In Para-Taekwondo, it's 2 points, 3 or 4 that you can score as the maximum in any one attack. No shots to the head allowed. Gamjon against Djibarou. Now he's having to defend again. Villalobos is keeping the intensity high. Coach Diego Hernandez offering Villalobos all the advice he can from the sides. Niger's Djibarou with the last couple of points, and then he winds things up, letting the legs go brilliantly. Aggressive and purposeful attacking from Djabirou. 12-7, he's closed the gap again. First 2 minutes, which you could all wish to have again in the next two. It's been explosive. Well, he's doing his hero CJ Nicholas very proud indeed, is Aide Amadou Djabirou. That's who he looks up to in Taekwondo. He's delivering on that promise of power and excitement. And if he can deliver a few more points as well, then things will be very tight indeed. 12-7 with a timeout called. It was Villalobos' camp that called it. So Diego Hernandez goes to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Paralympic Games from Palais. Let's hear
How does the break affect their rhythm? They were right in the groove before that timeout was called. Now the combination kicking begins again, and it's Djabirou who flies into the trunk to take out another point. 12-9 now. Double kicks now from Villalobos. He's taking the lead from Niger's Djabirou and returning fire. Twist kick into the trunk, which works well. Djabirou changes stance, gets caught, really well caught as well by Villalobos. That was a considerable impact. Onto the trunk, no problem with that one. Exceeding the threshold in the sensor. Villalobos has taken control of things now. Still 2 minutes left to run on this. 20 points to 9. Djabirou just walking onto a few of those attacks. Certainly not without the ability to get back into things. 22-9. The Spaniard, the man who qualified through the Olympic regional qualifier against Djabirou, who qualified through the African event. With 90 seconds left to run. And Djabirou needs to start scoring again. Exceptional range on the front leg of Villalobos. He's used it effectively in the contest. Victory in this one takes you through to the quarterfinals. Back leg turning kick, which makes the sound every fighter wants to hear. The sensors being activated. Back kick from Djabirou. He needs to score a few more of those. Spanish fans with the thumbs up to Villalobos. He's happy, and look at the points difference now. It's 19 with a minute remaining. Exhausting work for these two.
Jean-Martin Villalobos, remaining world ranked number 8, is currently in the lead. 28-9 against the athlete from Niger, world ranked 35.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, il y a quelques instants, Mon ami Andy a demandé en anglais, ici au Grand Palais, de faire un maximum de bruit. Moi, à 3, ce sera cette fois-ci en français. On fait un maximum de bruit ici. 1, 2, 3, de bruit!
There's a minute to win it for Juan Martin Villalobos. And for Aide Umaru Jabiru, it's going to have to be a fast and furious minute to get back into this. Back leg turning kick, then the double kick. Neither landing. Any time in the clinch is time wasted right now for Jabiru, who scores again, but so do does Villalobos. They're exchanging points right now, which isn't what Jabiru needs to do. That's much more like it. Gets away from that exchange with points. And if one of these triple or quadruple kick attacks scores on each occasion, then he's going to be right back into this, even with 20 seconds to go. But seconds and time on the side of Juan Martin Villalobos. Spinning kick attempts, everything being thrown out there towards the end, but Villalobos of Spain takes the victory. What a match, and the excitement level raised right up to the ceiling of the Grand Palais. Jean-Martin Villalobos 30, Aide Umaru Jabiru 13.
13, representing Spain. Let's hear it for Joel Martin Villalobos.
Brilliant encounter. Now, Georgia's Anna Japaridze is in action against the USA's Ariana Aguila Ramos.
Next up, the women's minus 52 kilograms, round of 16.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Représentant la Géorgie.
In blue, representing Georgia,
Anna Japaridze. Tout juste 19 ans pour elle, double.
Anna Japaridze of Georgia, a medalist at 2 of the last 3 European Championships at just 19 years of age.
2022 and 23 at the European Paralympics in Manchester and Rotterdam. This year at the Europe qualification tournament for the Games, won gold in Sofia.
Well, Georgia have only won a few medals at the Paralympics, actually. They've not been competing in them for many editions, just their 5th time as a nation in Paris. Beijing was the first. And they've only won 1 gold medal in that time, and that was in judo. Adriana Aguila Ramos of the USA out of Houston in Texas. The 20-year-olds representing the nation which has been the most successful at a Paralympic Games through history. They top the all-time medal table, the USA. Great Britain in 2nd, China in 3rd, although the Chinese rising fast, having been the foremost nation for the last 5 Paralympic Games when it comes to the medal table, that is.
Referee, stop the match.
Noran Ezet Hosni of Egypt is the referee. Well, Aguila Ramos sets her headgear on. She finished 5th at the European Championships this year. She competed in the European Championships, which might seem strange for an American because the Continental Championships have been made open in this first era of professional Taekwondo. That's to encourage and raise the level of competition around the world. And right now, Aguila Ramos is gaining from that exposure. So the American, Aguila Ramos, is in the red, and Japaridze of Georgia is in the blue. Both these two recording the same result, actually, at that European Championships a couple of months ago in Belgrade. Both finishing 5th in the rankings. That means neither winning a medal, of course. Aguila Ramos, 2 points down, with Japaridze getting the first score. If you are new to Para-Taekwondo, the important thing to know is that there's no headshots allowed, unlike in Olympic Taekwondo. That will see you incur a penalty rather than score points. The points are scored only via the trunk. 2 for a kick to the trunk, 3 for a back kick to the trunk, and 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk. And Japaridze scores another 2 there for her front kick. She's got the extra leg length on her opponent here. Now, your leg length can't change in fight to fight, but what you can change is the distance you choose to fight at, and that is something which Aguila Ramos is going to have to judge very carefully. Japaridze can fight at a greater distance away from her opponent because of her extra leg length, so she can be in a safe fighting distance whilst still being within scoring distance for herself. But she concedes a penalty point first of the match, so that's the yellow sign up against the Georgian flag. Japaridze giving that away, so Aguila Ramos is on the board for 1. And Aguila Ramos is being very cautious of the distance now. You can see her backtracking before coming in to make sure she doesn't get caught out by Japaridze. And that front foot of hers, clever delay of the snap on that kick. Trunk shot again scores, but actually Gamjeon at the same time, so this should be wiped off. the end, the point sticks. No recalibrating the score for that, but still a point to Aguila Ramos. Japaridze very sparing with her attacks now, with 2 minutes left on the clock. But timeout called, and timeout called by Aguila Ramos's corner. So 1 minute to rest up and discuss tactics.
Allez, pour ce dernier combat des tableaux de 16, mesdames et messieurs, on a de la musique, on a tout ce qu'il faut ici au Grand Palais, un maximum.
Georgian flags flying in the Grand Palais, and Japaridze flying after the first 3 minutes. 10-2 she leads over Ariana Aguila Ramos. The Georgian gets set as well. Closing the distance goes Aguila Ramos, making as much pressure as she can on Japaridze. Does have to change things up tactically a bit. At 14-2 down, but it's Japaridze who's still scoring, and still scoring freely. Another 2. Front kick, which pushes down on Aguila Ramos and sinks some of her hopes as well. 18-2 between Georgia and the USA in this last 16 encounter. Quarterfinals at stake. Those quarterfinals coming up in this session, so it's a relatively quick turnaround for the winner required. Coming forward nicely is Aguila Ramos, but not with the requisite power to score. You can see the socks these two competitors are wearing. Well, those socks, when they connect with the trunk protector of their opponent, have sensors in which correspond with each other, and if there's enough power in a kick to exceed the threshold, then points will be scored. And those points appearing top left, of course. 22, another 2 points appearing in the corner and the column of Anna Japaridze. He's really accelerating towards the end of this one. She has shut down Aguila Ramos in every department, and that is a total shutout. 22-20. 22-2 rather, for Anna Japaridze against Ariana Aguila Ramos.
22-2 going through to the quarterfinal, representing Georgia, Anna Japaridze. And we follow with quarterfinals now, so that's what we move on to, our quarterfinal.
Dans quelques instants, le début des quarts de finale. Attention mesdames et messieurs, ça va être à vous de jouer dans un instant. On se souvient, attention.
You need to put your hands in the air as well when you get to the end, like a Mexican way. Are we ready? Here we go.
This is how the quarterfinals will now look in the women's under 47 kilograms. Romero, the #1 seed, drops into the draw now against Morocco's Larif, and then the likes of Espinosa, who we saw in action earlier today, coming up after that. Claudia Romero of Mexico starts her Paralympic campaign against Naal Larif of Morocco.
Please welcome your referees.
Représentant le Mexique.
In blue, representing Mexico,
Claudia Romero.
Claudia Romero from Mexico City in Mexico, the #1 seed in the women's under 47 kilogram competition in Paris, is here.
in Mexico last year, adding to her silver back in London 2017. This year she won silver at the Pan Am Championships in Rio and the Asian Para Championships in Da Nang.
In Veracruz in Mexico last year, she won a bronze medal at the World Championships to go with another silver medal she had from the Worlds in 2017 in London. Now she wants to exchange that precious metal for an even rarer kind in gold here. Now, Naal Larif will have exactly the same hopes. Despite only finishing 9th at the Worlds last year, she came through a tough opening encounter earlier today in her last 16 match. This is her second match of Paris 2024 already. She hails from the town of Mekinis in Morocco. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site city because of its Medina, a walled part of the old town seen in Moroccan and North African cities quite commonly, with narrow streets, palaces and mosques as well. And if she can lure Claudia Romero down a narrow street in Paris, she may have a chance. But it'll be tough. Romero, with all the worldly wise wisdom of an expert para-taekwondoist at 24 years of age. Now, Morocco have won plenty of medals at Paralympic Games, 38 in all, but all of those in athletics. But Larif and her teammates from Mekinis in Morocco, they seem to be building something quite special in the sport. How much better can things get against Claudia Romero? Mexico's Romero then in the blue, and Naal Larif of Morocco is in the red. Shot to the head, which seemed to stun Larif, and she goes to the deck. Didn't seem to have connected with great force from Romero, but from that front-on angle, it must have indeed been a heavy blow. So Romero will have to stand around and wait for the medics to have a look at Naal Larif.
25. 20. 시간.
Fish. There is the Moroccan coaching team who hail from the Smaili 2 club in Mequinez in Morocco. And what a blow for Larif. Well, there's no doubt it was a headshot from Claudia Romero, which is illegal in para taekwondo.
15.
So that's why the gamjon was given against her. But the effect may be rather more serious for Nawal Larif. So she's given the gamjon.
Come on.
Penalty points to the Moroccan.
Okay, no intention.
A request from the Mexican camp to have a look at this.
Could you replay? Chong coach asking in relation Kanchong. No intentional.
To see if the headshot can be eradicated from being a penalty point. It's worth a go from Mexico's side of things.
Passing from intentional to accidental.
That'll be the criteria here, whether it was intentional or accidental. Well, it's immediately ruled out, so gamjon is going to stand. And that means that it's all over. The only point in the match to now Larif at the point that the match is ended, but Larif unable to continue.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos applaudissements. Louis Nawal Larif.
So now Larif taken off by the medics after that headshot, and we wish her every best in recovering from the headshot that is illegal in para taekwondo and led to her injury. It means that Claudia Romero is eliminated. The #1 seed for this headshot. She gave away the gamjong in the process, and the match couldn't continue. So really sad scenes for Nao Larif in taekwondo, but our best wishes for her and her recovery first and foremost.
-58 kilograms, quarterfinal.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome.
En bleu, représentant Israël.
In blue, representing Israel,
Asaf Yassour. À 22 ans, le numéro 1, double champion du monde 2021-2023.
The #1 seed in the men's draw from Israel, Asaf Yassour.
ranked #1 Paralympic seeded one. World champion from last year in Mexico, retaining his title first game in 2021. Also won silver last year at the Europeans in Rotterdam, gold this year in Belgrade.
He's in a phenomenal run of form, is Yassour. Two-time world champion, he's defended it again last year, and he's the European champion from earlier this year as well. Now, Thailand's Thamwa Kankam qualified for this quarter-final with a thrilling win in his match earlier today, and he won it on a golden round score. It was 5 minutes of tight taekwondo, and he came through that to then book this place in the quarterfinals.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, start the match.
At the World Championships, which Yassour won, Kankam made the quarterfinals before losing to Xiao Shengwen. Konstantinos Kaloudis is the referee from Greece. Asaf Yassour of Israel is in the blue, and he gets going quickly against Thailand's Thamwa Kankam in the red. 2 points on the board already for the Israeli. He hails from Ramla in the central district of Israel. Fights out of the Sharabi Martial Arts Club. And he's already up and running. Nicely so. 4 points to the good for the Israeli. Gets that powerful front foot attack going, and that rapid fire back leg turning kick, which zipped into the trunk protector of Kankam. Didn't score on that occasion, but you can just see how hard it is to track for Kankam, because it's coming towards him at such speed. Gamjong against Yassour. So 1 point on the board for Kankam. When it comes to scoring in para taekwondo, it's all about the trunk protector. A kick to the trunk is worth 2, a back kick is worth 3, and a spinning kick is worth 4. Any shot to the head is illegal, and we'll see you incur a penalty point. Gamjong this time against Kankam for holding on to his opponent. You can't grab your opponents in taekwondo, and Kankam pays the price for doing that. So Yashur just gets an adjustment from his forearm guards. Para-Taekwondo is for athletes with a disability to one or both of their upper limbs, or if there's an absence of part of their arms. There's just one classification category in Para-Taekwondo. And after Yashur gets things nicely strapped up again, he gets going and gets kicking. 7-2 for the Israeli. Front foot attempt turns into a change of angle, which was definitely done on the go. So quick at changing the distance that this contest is fought at. But a little too passive for both these two, so the referee says, let's move things on, please. Penalty against both of them. They are racking up, but there's plenty of leeway in Para-Taekwondo for penalties. You only get disqualified if you receive 10 of them within a single round. Well, there's only one round. This is it. It's a 5-minute all-in encounter. So the fact that both are on 3 isn't anything for either of them really to worry about. More concerning for Thamwa Kankam is how to stem the scoring from this man. He's looking good as he comes forward. His coach there is Yeshamin Sharabi.
Timeout, world #1, Asaf Yasur from Israel, representing Israel, 11-3 in the lead.
Briefest of pauses, and the hostilities renewed. Kankam doing well to have slowed down the scoring rate a bit from Yashur, but he decides he's going to score again with that. Another Gamjon against Kankam, and these Gamjons really being forced out of the Thai fighter. It's not that he's being deliberately devious or trying to commit fouls, not at all. He's just being forced into it. The pace of the contest is so high. And he scores 2 points with a trunk shot there, but 14-5 with Yashur in control. So another Gamjon for both sides here, as the fighter is not being conducted quite as the referee wants, so he's giving a penalty point against both to foster the engagement a little bit more. But that's the type of engagement Yashur wants. Comes forward, takes 2 points, gets out of it again. Do get a feeling with the Israeli that he's able to score points when he wants to. Just needs those forearm guards adjusted. speed with which he can close the gap between the two has made the difference in this one. It allows him to fight so far away from his opponent, or to stand so far away from his opponent, out of harm's way, because he's quite often the quicker between anyone he faces at closing it and scoring a point. So he's dictating the distance that both of them are standing at and saying, well, I'm going to be out of harm's way and I'm going to come in, score the points I want to, and then drop back again and make sure you can't reach me. Come on. 21-6 into the last minute for Asaf Yashur. Shot to the trunk as Fanwa Kankan turned his back. Doesn't have to do nearly as much as he did at the beginning, and that's why this one has slowed right down as a contest, but it's going to be seen off quite comfortably by Yashur, as Kankan needs to adjust his guards now.
Come on.
Yeah, Yashur not being given any shrift at all. But no shrift, but what a shift. This has been impressive from Yashur. 15 seconds remaining. He's going to dance through to the semi-finals. The #1 seed in the draw, taking out Fanwa Kankan here and laying down a marker for everybody else as well. He's looking in great form. It's through to the semi-finals, to the night session for Asaf Yashur. Israel's golden hope here in Paris is living up to the billing.
Representing Israel, Asaf Yashur.
So Fanwa Kankan gave everything he could, his very best of it as well, and scored points off this man, but couldn't protect himself well enough, and who can when he's in that kind of mood? Brilliant performance.
Moins de 52 kilos. Chez les dames, deuxième quart de finale.
Next up, it's the women's at -52 kilograms quarterfinal.
So Milana Krasatseva up against Jessica Garcia Chiano.
Your referees.
En bleu représentant le Mexique.
In blue representing Mexico,
Jessica Garcia Chiano. À 28 ans, numéro 1 championne du monde en 2021.
Jessica Chiano from Yucatan in Mexico. The 29-year-old and the world champion at home last year at under 52 kilograms.
Para champion, taking the crown in Mexico last year, improving on 2 previous bronze medals. Former Pan Am and European gold medalist, won silver at this year's Asian Championship in Da Nang.
En rouge représentant le Kazakhstan.
In red, representing Kazakhstan, Milana Krasnatseva.
The 19-year-old Milana Krasnatseva of Kazakhstan, who won her opening encounter earlier today, 10 points to 8. She beat Elizabeth Giraldo of the Dominican Republic to book this shot at the under 52 kilogram world champion from last year.
To the quarterfinal by beating on the golden round the athlete from Dominican Republic, Elizabeth Giraldo-Diaz.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, start the match.
Murad Lalam of Algeria is the referee. Krasnatseva, someone who performed so well at the Asian Para Games last year, and she even won her opening encounter at the World Championships in Veracruz. But winning your opening encounter is one thing, going all the way is quite another. So Kazakhstan's Krasnatseva in the red and Jessica Quijano of Mexico in the blue. Quijano, the world champion at this weight class. Picked that up on home turf in Mexico last year. First encounter here in Paris for the Mexican. Krasnatseva has the advantage of having already performed in this wonderful arena earlier on today to win her first fight. Keeping her right arm is Quijano in the blue, very carefully out in front to deflect attacks from Krasnatseva. Being careful as well around the teenage Kazakh. Quijano has been competing in Taekwondo for 20 years. Started when she was 9 years old. She's now 29. She has actually competed here before as well. Quijano, she performed here last August in Paris. And she said that what particularly stood out for her, what made everything feel real, was the advertising, the social media, the TV coverage, all the trappings that go with a sporting event was what was the key inspiring factor for her and the motivator. It made her say, yep, Paris next year. I want to be the feature under all those lights. First point scored then for Quijano. It's taken 2 minutes. 5-minute contest overall. Those opening bars of it having been used more for calculating her opponent, and then she comes in for the first 2-point score. Might have another couple here. She's judging the distance nicely. Getting in closer to the rangier Kazakh fighter, and she scores another off that left leg of hers. Ten years in age between the two, with the Mexican is senior. And this time changing the side of attack. That was really smart. Went in from the back leg turning kick off the left, but ended up scoring from the right foot. So Jessica Quijano showing her mastery of the sport to rack up this 6-point lead. over Krasnatseva.
So the world #1 is 6-0 in the lead, and we've got 20 seconds before this timeout ends, and we've all gone very quiet in the Grand Palais. I want to hear some noise. Come on, Grand Palais!
Allez, on a raison, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un tout petit peu trop calme, un maximum d'encouragement donc dans ce premier quart de finale.
2 minutes left to rumble in this quarterfinal. The reigning world champion from Mexico, Keanu, in a good position against the young Kazakh fighter who's still in her teens, but now on the board for 2. Such a strong trunk. And not the trunk protector, I mean, but the muscles involved here for Jessica Keanu as she turns rapidly into different attacks. Rocks and rolls on the left side and the right side. Gives away a penalty point, however. So 6-3. That yellow mark against her name means she's given a point to her opponent for free. That make things quite interesting in these last 60 seconds or so. Certainly, this seems wrapped and put in a package and sent for mail at one point. But now things are tightening up a bit. 8-5. Back turning kick, which doesn't land that time. It's been so successful for her. She's able to use her height, although she's the smaller of the two, to her advantage by whipping a back leg up into the trunk from in close to Krasnatseva. But here she stepped out, so a penalty for stepping across the boundary of the ring and into the deep purple. So now it's a 2-point game with 35 seconds remaining. Good time for a timeout. Possibly a good time for both. But Keanu has made slow work of the last 2 minutes. Having been 6-0 up, remember. She's now only 8-6 up.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, regardez, on va faire quelque chose. On va tous lever les bras. Tout le monde, tout le monde. Put your hands up in the air. Everybody. Tout le monde, tout le monde, tout le monde. Les 15 dernières secondes, mesdames et messieurs. Clap. Clap.
It's not quite the Mexican wave in the crowd, but it is the Mexican clap. And plenty of hands clapping for Jessica Keanu in this arena. And she might need their support in these final exchanges. She adds another 2 to her tally. He might get fast and furious quite soon with Krasnatseva hunting this 4-point deficit down in the last 15 seconds to get a place into the semi-final. An improbable place ahead of the world champion it would be, but the world champion is doing enough. Dodging and ducking and then just covering well. 2 points scored though inside the final second. She just has to see this out and be careful, and she's careful enough. That was tight. And Milana Krasnatseva has made a very close encounter. She's put her case on the table as someone to watch out for in the future, but Jessica Chiano, the world champion, does hold on. She's through. Mexico's first para Taekwondo world champion from last year in Veracruz, and she keeps her Paris dreams alive. But that was closer than she might have wanted or thought about at halfway through the contest.
I only see you and I in a crowded room, you're my decision. Oh, you've been blurring the lines.
Angelica Espinosa now of Peru in action against Mariam Deroy of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Women's minus 47 kilograms, quarterfinal.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant le Pérou.
In blue representing Peru.
Leonor Angelica Espinosa Carranza. À 26 ans, c'est la championne olympique.
The reigning Paralympic champion from Tokyo, Angelica Espinosa from Peru.
Et championne panaméricaine en 2024.
26 years old, world ranked number 5, current Olympic champion from the Tokyo Games, won silver at the Worlds in Mexico last year. To get through to this stage, she beat Ghislaine Chimon Tukam in the round of 16 from Cameroon.
En rouge, représentant la République islamique d'Iran.
So Espinosa is back in action. She competed earlier today. Somewhat strangely, perhaps, for the Paralympic champion not to have a bye, but her ranking dictated that she had to fight her way to get here and to face this woman, Mariam Deroy, once again. Now, Deroy is just 17 years of age from the Islamic Republic of Iran, but a rising star who has already had the number of Espinosa in Manchester last year when she won the Grand Prix there. So it's an intriguing matchup. 17 years of age, one of the youngest in the draw, or in the entire Paralympic Taekwondo competition. Not the youngest, though. Maybe the 15-year-old from earlier on in the day. Wonderful performance from her as well. So Angelica Espinosa, the Paralympic champion from Tokyo, in the blue. Mariam Deroy of the Islamic Republic of Iran is in the red. These two meet again. 9 months after the fighter in red, Deroy, beats Espinosa in the blue in Manchester at the end-of-year Grand Prix in England. It was an impressive victory that day for Deroy, a statement victory as well. Can she do it again now when a Paralympic semi-final is on the line? She gets a good start, 2 points for the Iranian in the red. Espinosa knows she can't take her time to get into this contest. It could already be taken away from her if she doesn't match the scoring rate of the Iranian. Espinosa, after winning the Paralympic title 3 years ago, she stepped away from para-taekwondo for a while. She then returned, but on her return, after building herself up physically again, she got injured. Was out of action for another 6 months, so it's been a period of infrequent fighting at times, but she seems to be back in very good form ahead of Paris. A little twinge, it seemed like, for De Roy just towards the end of that last section. Timeout called at 4-2 to Espinosa.
Allez, c'est le moment de taper dans les mains, de suivre le rythme. Tout le monde, tout le monde!
So De Roy gets her head guard back on. And she's someone who says that enjoyment is fundamental to her competing in this sport and fundamental to her winning as well, because when she first competed, she didn't like the sport because she didn't succeed in it in her first attempt. But after a couple of times, success started to come and she started to win medals and the enjoyment came. So for her to enjoy herself out there, she needs to be winning. And right now, against the Paralympic champion, she is on level terms. Just adjusting the forearm guard a little before settling back into things. With 3 minutes to go, it's just a single round in para-taekwondo. No series of rounds like we see in the Olympic version. 1 5-minute contest, and the winner on points at the end of it carries the day. Scoring system in para-taekwondo is different as well. It's 2 points for a forward or front kick to the trunk, 3 for a back kick, and 4 for a spinning kick. As mentioned, the head is out of bounds. Penalty points if you accidentally strike the head of your opponent. Well, you can score, or you can use your fists, but not to score. The punches are allowed, but I won't see you earn points directly. That was neatly, cutely done by trying to whip that foot around the back of the trunk, but it didn't hit the scoring area. De Roy backs away from Espinosa. Espinosa has managed to keep the scoring level very similar to De Roy, which is something she didn't do when they met in Manchester at the end of last year. De Roy was steady and slow with her scoring, but she eked out quite the lead by the end of it. Not so in Paris, not when the Peruvian's Paralympic title is on the line. Gamjom for striking below the waistline here. So that gives the lead ever so slightly to the Peruvian. It then goes back to the Iranian. De Roy with a shot to the trunk to take the lead with 90 seconds to go in the quarterfinal. Paralympic champion from Peru in action against one of the rising stars in the weight class in De Roy. Just 17 years of age, the Iranian. And 1 point up here. Trunk shot though from Espinosa. Things will get better because she knocked her opponent to the ground as well. That means another Gamjom. Penalty every time you hit the canvas in Taekwondo. Timeout called. And Espinosa in a good position here. 8-6. Good position, but could do with some considerable reinforcement because Marianne De Roy doesn't take long to claw back deficits.
A very close contest indeed. World ranked number 5 against world ranked number 4. The timeout is finished. Athletes are back on the mat.
Espinoza's coach Yvonne de la Cruz and De Roy's coach Atife Keshvarez having done their job for the last time. No more timeouts remaining, both having called one. It's all about these two now. Just over 60 seconds remaining. The Peruvian in the blue with the lead. De Roy of Iran in the red, chasing her down but conceding. Another trunk shot. Now they add up again. This is significant. 6 points the difference. Gamjon will add to it for a 7-point lead. What a flurry of scoring moments from Peru's Angelica Espinoza, the Paralympic champion from Tokyo, showing her timing. Guard comes off, so now we go back to it. 9 points ahead for Espinoza. Really taking this away from De Roy, it feels like, and another 2 does even more damage. And that's another Gamjon for avoiding the fight. She turned her back on her opponent and she was penalised for that as well. Turned her back, that exposed the trunk for an easy 2, and then she conceded an extra point. So Mariam De Roy, who beat Angelica Espinoza in Manchester at the end of last year, is being shown the other side of life right now in Paris. It is a world of difference just across the channel. 19:08 seconds remaining. It's a semi-final being booked here by the Paralympic champion. Espinoza by a gap of 10 over the Iranian. And she has quashed the threat to her throne, at least in this one, from Mariam De Roy. Espinoza getting better and better. And De Roy with a degree of a desolate look across her face, because for much of this she looked like she might have had Espinoza. She was there in the contest, but the class of the Peruvian.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, ça va être à vous. Regardez, dans quelques instants, bien évidemment, les drapeaux vont être de sortie. Mais avant tout, on repart ensemble sur le... Oh!
Xiaoxiang Wen of Chinese Taipei now in action against Bofa Kong of France for the first time. French representation in Para Taekwondo.
Les drapeaux dans vos mains, les drapeaux bleu, blanc, rouge. Moins de 58 kilos chez les hommes. Le deuxième quart de finale.
Next up, the men's minus 58 kilograms quarterfinal.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant Taipei chinois.
In blue, representing Chinese Taipei, Xiao Wen.
Xiao Wen from Chinese Taipei is back. He won his first contest convincingly a few hours ago. Now he has a shot at Beaufort from France.
37-7 to make it through to this quarterfinal.
He's off the back of an extremely strong season last year where he won the Asian Para Games and came second at the World Championships. Beaufort gives French flag wavers reasons to go crazy at the Grand Palais. He's a four-time world champion. The first time back in 2009.
Winning gold in 2017 and 2018.
43 years of age now, representing France. Born in Vietnam, but moved to France age 3. In Para Taekwondo, monuments don't come much more impressive than Beaufort.
Start the match.
Elizaveta Tarasevich is the referee.
Supporters ici à Paris, on fait du bruit Paris.
He used to be a boxer, Beaufort, but he lost both his hands aged 18 when a homemade bomb exploded whilst he was holding it. And after that, Para Taekwondo was the sport for him, and he's made this sport all his own ever since then. So Beaufort of France in the red, up against Xiao Wen of Chinese Taipei in the blue. Trunk shot initially from Xiao Wen. He doubles up on that as well. 4 points to the good to begin with for Xiao. Scoring system in Para Taekwondo is a bit different to Olympic Taekwondo. No headshots allowed. 2 points for a front kick to the trunk, 3 for a back kick, and 4 for a spinning kick. No points scored for a punch, although you can punch your opponent nonetheless. It's a distraction technique or part of a combination attack. Kong comes in for the clinch. Another 2 points for Xiao, and Kong needing to score here to hold on to Xiao Wen. Can't really afford for his opponent to go too far down the road, even though this is a one-round scoring system in Para Taekwondo, and you can always come back. Says about his approach to fighting Beaufort Kong: I have a plan of attack, but in any case the winner will be the man who surprises his opponents the most and who doesn't stop creating new ways to score. And the first 2 minutes of action are coming to an end, and there hasn't yet been a way for him to get through the guard of Xiao Wen. In fact, Xiao has added more points now, so Beaufort Kong needs a plan B.
Premier temps mort est demandé sur le score. 2 8-0 pour Xiao Chengwen.
8-0 to Xiao Chengwen.
Chinois. Tout le monde.
Back to it goes Bofakong with a clearer picture of what he needs to do. A minute to have discussed things with his coach. Xiao Chengwen needs more of the same. He'll know the threat posed by Bofakong. And he'll want to eliminate all chances of a comeback here. Not even at the halfway point, though, in this contest. 2 minutes 10 have gone. 8-1 the difference. Bofakong's forearm guard, I think, has come loose. And Xiao gets the gum shield back in. And the French fans applaud the assistance to their man from Xiao Chengwen. Nipping through the guard, but not scoring crucially, so blocking was good enough from Bofakong. He's under a lot of pressure here. The hits just keep on coming from Xiao Chengwen. And Kallio called again by the referee. Something not quite right about the headgear and the way it's positioning on Bofakong's head. It's a good chance for us to get to see his face again, though. It's something which L'Oreal seem to like. He has a sponsorship deal with the cosmetics brand L'Oreal. He's under contract with them for the whole of the period running up to the Paralympic Games and covering afterwards as well. 16-1. Bofakong leading Xiao Chengwen. Rather, Xiao Chengwen leading Bofakong, excuse me. 2 minutes remaining. Spins through with the back kick, doesn't land. So 90 seconds remaining. 15 points the difference between Bofakong and Xiao Chengwen. Back leg turning kick from Kong. Or rather, a step-through back kick, excuse me. Tries to go for the three-point option. But the dexterity of that front foot from Xiao Chengwen is significant. Shot to the trunk for another two into the last minute, and the buffer zone which Xiao Xingwen's creating for himself. Gets ever more comfortable. Kong just blocks the last couple of attacks, but Xiao Xingwen in complete control. He is the silver medalist from the World Championships last year. He lost to Asaf Yashur then. And we saw what kind of, well, he's another man in the draw, which is a real potential for the Paralympic title. But go for Kong's hopes of a gold medal really over here. Last 20 seconds. Both for Kong comes in, but Xiao Xingwen is going to start this as he is going to end things as he began, with a dominant performance against one of the great men of para taekwondo through the years in Bo Kong. And Xiao Xingwen, throughout the match, paying his respects to Kong in every single way, but ultimately the scoreboard massively in this man's favour. And he deserves it too. He was brilliant in that contest. He goes through to the semi-finals against Bo Kong. So second victory of the day for Xiao Xingwen. It began with tricolores flying for Bo Kong.
Moins de 52 kilos chez les dames, le deuxième quart de finale.
Next up, the women's minus 52 kilograms quarterfinals.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
L'Égypte.
In blue, representing Egypt,
Salma Ali Abdelmonem Hassan.
Salma Munim Hassan in her second Paralympic Games. She only picked up the sport of para taekwondo in 2019. Here she is in a Paralympic quarterfinal.
From Kenya in the round of 16, 12-3.
En rouge, représentant la Mongolie.
In red, representing Mongolia, Suranjav Ulambayar.
Suranjav Ulambayar of Mongolia, who won a bronze medal at the World Championships last year here in Paris at 24 years old.
Paralympics seeded for. Bronze medalist from the World Championships in Mexico last year. Won the Para Championships in Brisbane and followed this year with the Asian and European Championships.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referees, start the match.
So two medalists from last year's World Championships meet each other. Ulaanbaatar with the bronze in Mexico last year, and Hassan with the silver medal. She lost the final to Keanu. And she, en route though, had beaten Ulaanbaatar in that very event. Egypt's Salma Hassan in the blue and Suranjav Ulaanbaatar of Mongolia in the red. A renewal of the semi-final from the World Championships last year when the Egyptian won. And we'll see lots of renewed rivalries across the course of Para-Taekwondo, because so many of these practitioners face each other in every event around the world. Lots of the continental championships, the Asian championships, the European championships have been made open during this last Paralympic cycle, because this is the first generation of Paralympic professional Taekwondo athletes, and so they want to increase the competition and raise everyone's level up by taking down any barriers between the best in the world, fighting each other on as many occasions as possible. So it means they know each other so well. The rivalries are deep, and the knowledge of each other is deep as well. So no points yet in this quarter-final between Hassan from Egypt and Ulaanbaatar of Mongolia. Mongolian in the red, of course. Focusing on the trunk in Para-Taekwondo, there's no points for shots to the head, so it's all directed at the trunk. 2, 3 or 4 point scores possible. 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk. 3 for a back kick to the trunk, and the most common score that we see, 2 for either a turning kick to the trunk or a front kick, or any kick without the 180 degrees of a back kick or anything more from a spinning kick. Timeout called.
Intentional or not intentional?
So not a timeout at all, excuse me, a challenge coming in from
Chunk requests intentional play.
Ulaanbaatar's corner.
Dangerous play.
To see if there was an intentional headshot.
Home court request Kamchon for dangerous play.
In a low-scoring match as this is being requested for a 1 point possible score through a penalty. It's about whether or not Ulaanbaatar was kicked in the head. And if she was, then that'll be a penalty against Hassan. So it's been approved. Headshot spotted. Penalty point coming. And there we have it. 1 point then to Ulaanbaatar, who was, it has been judged, kicked in the head, and that is not allowed in Para-Taekwondo. It's due to safety reasons. And now the lead goes to the Mongolian. 1 point to nothing in this quarter-final.
Again? But intentional or unintentional?
Another potential headshot being asked to be checked here.
Video replay. Honk request unintentional danger plays.
Home courts request Kamchon for the opponent for dangerous play.
If you win your challenge, you get to keep your challenge request card. So after a correct challenge initially from Ulaanbaatar, they've made this second challenge and maybe a second point coming. The head visor there to protect the athletes as well. No headshots allowed. So that request not upheld. Points stay as they are, 1-0 to Mongolia's Surenjav Ulaanbaatar. Half the match elapsed. Salma Hassan, who won her first match comfortably 12-3 against Sabonyo of Kenya. Yet to score, but she's very capable of scoring quickly. So technically on points, and the Egyptian on cue gets the first 2 points for her match. 2-1 she leads. Kick to the trunk for that initial score. That connected nicely, but still no score from Ulaanbaatar. Gamjon now against Ulaanbaatar, so that's another point to Hassan. It's not an open fight at all, is it? Neither practitioner is really looking to show all their wares in this contest. They're looking for the safest way of scoring rather than the quickest way. Timeout called by Hassan's corner, and that's with Ulaanbaatar leading 4-3.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, il va rester 10 secondes, c'est très serré, ça va être à vous maintenant les encouragements du Grand Palais.
It's all out there to be won in the last minute. Just the solitary point between the two. And Ulaanbaatar with that lead at 4-3. So the Mongolian in the red by a slender margin. And Salma Hassan of Egypt in the blue. Just 21 years of age, the Egyptian. And that's a heavy front foot attack, which knocks Ulaanbaatar to the floor, but she'd already struck her opponent below the belt. So she incurred another gamjon. It's been the difference in gamjons, the penalty points, that is the difference between the pair. The only difference.
Invalidation gamjon.
So, Salma Hassan's team
Coach requests invalidation of the gamjon.
Are seeing if this penalty that's just been awarded to, or awarded against Hassan, but given a point to Ulaanbaatar, should be, and they're trying to get it scratched off. And that would make it back to 4-3. A lot potentially rides on this decision. So the Gamjong does stay on the board. It means Salma Ali is 2 down. Yet, the Gamjong against the Mongolian Ulaanbaatar means Ali is within 1 point and into the lead. With 25 seconds remaining. The Egyptian with a slender margin of victory at the moment if she can hold on for 15 more seconds. 4-3 to try and get herself a place in the semi-finals here in Paris. Ali with the lead. Shot to the trunk though from Ulaanbaatar for a 6-5 lead. Gamjong again, so it's 2 points the difference and 3.5 seconds remaining.
Chong with the play. Chong request Gamjong for kicking after Galio.
So this could be
Chong's request Gamjong for red.
a point back for Salma Ali. But the request is rejected, so she needs 2 more points in the last 3.5 seconds to take this to a golden round. Salma Ali of Egypt goes forward, looks to score on the trunk, but time runs out. And Suranjav Ulaanbaatar takes the victory by 7 points to 5. And through to the semi-finals she goes. Suranjav Ulaanbaatar holding on. That was so close between the pair.
Suranjav Ulaanbaatar.
À l'amour, c'est un printemps craintif, une lumière attendrie, ou souvent une ruine. À l'amour, c'est le poivre du temps.
Moins de 47 kilos chez les dames. Quart de finale.
Nurcihan Ekinci of Turkey now up against Kwansuda Puyankicha of Thailand.
Les arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant la Thaïlande.
In blue representing Thailand.
Kwansuda Puyankicha. À 23 ans médaillé de bronze à Tokyo en 2020.
Kwansuda Puyankicha of Thailand, the two-time world champion from 2019 and 2021. Just 23 years of age.
Taekwondo for Thailand followed her victory in 2019 in Turkey. She retained the title in 2021.
Well, this year she also won the European Championships, which was an open tournament, so competitors from outside the continent of Europe could arrive and compete, and she did that. Puyankicha won the contest. Now from Turkey, Nurcihan Ekinci
36 years of
who
age,
fought
world
through
rank
her
6, world silver medalist
round
in
of 16
2021
match earlier
in
today
Istanbul. She won the
to book this
European
quarter-final ticket.
Championships in 2022, followed by silver last year and bronze this year in Belgrade.
Arbitre, faites commencer le
36 years of age now, Akinci.
Please start the match.
She's someone who's so consistent on a European Championship level. Colombia's Sandra Magali is the referee. So Thailand's Kuansuda Puangkicha is in the blue, and she gets things going with the first points of the contest against Turkey's Nurcihan Akinci in the red. Puangkicha with the gold at the European Championships this year. She won bronze at last year's World Championships, excuse me, to go with her 2 titles from previous years. So such an extreme success for a 23-year-old. Now trying out life at the Paralympic Games. She's coached by Shin Yong-kyun in the national team for Thailand. That's good blocking from Puangkicha. Blocking as well as covering. Use your arms to block the kicks of your opponent, to dampen them down as well. Difficult to stop a flying foot coming at you fast, but you can dampen the effect that it has on your sensor so that it doesn't activate, it doesn't connect with enough force to activate the scoring sensors in the trunk protector. But if you can combine that with a good cover by leaning backwards or to the side, then, as Puangkicha was doing, massively reduce the chance of your opponent scoring. So timeout called by Nurcihan Akinchi's corner.
Notamment le score 2-0. Kuansuda Puangkicha.
Uzbekistan fans of Taekwondo in the crowd here. There is, of course, a strong Uzbekistan representation in this weight category as well. A little bit later on, we'll be seeing Zaidakon Isakova in action as well in the Grand Palais. So that's why Uzbekistan flags are waving, the drums are beating. Thailand and Turkey competing for a semi-final place here, though, and it's Puangkicha with the 2-point lead at the halfway mark. Back leg turning kick coming in that was good from Akinci, but so too was Puanquicha's. So the gap stays as it is, but we move the ball forward. Puanquicha taking evasive action, and quickly so. Akinci not able to connect with enough power on any of those kicks. Puanquicha's movement is very energetic. Creeping forward into range of being kicked and then creeping back outwards very quickly. So it puts a premium on Akinci to time her attacks well. It makes it at least harder to time her attacks well enough to score. And Puanquicha having extended this lead. Step through back kick attempt just from a few moments ago from Akinci. Back kick will score you 3 points in para taekwondo. A spinning kick scores you 4. Or a regular kick to the trunk is 2. There is 40 seconds remaining. She's not far away from Puanquicha. Certainly plenty of time for 2 2-point scores. Puanquicha doing well to nullify these attacks. Staying alert for opportunities for her to retaliate as well. Staying alert and staying out the way at the same time. She tracks backwards to then counter forwards. 15 seconds remaining in this quarterfinal. Puanquicha surely heading for the semi-finals here. The fighter in the blue from Thailand. Just looking to see these things away. She's been right on the money with her tactics in this one. She's fought this at exactly the right distance. She's made sure she's looked after herself and then taken her chances when they've come along. And Kwansuda Puanquicha of Thailand with a very, very concentrated and composed performance.
Representing
Thailand flags rattling in the stands at the Grand Palais. That was a mightily focused performance. Nothing all that glamorous or high octane about it, but she was consistent all the way through. And she's into the semi-finals.
Moins de 58 kilos chez les hommes. 3e quart de finale.
Next up is the men's minus
So Tanaka Mitsuya of Japan against Sabir Zainalov of Azerbaijan.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant l'Azerbaïdjan.
In blue representing Azerbaijan,
Sabir Zainalov. 19 ans, numéro
Sabir Zainalov of Azerbaijan, the 19-year-old who's a consistent medalist at European Championships and a world bronze medalist from back in 2021.
won silver this year in the Asian Championships in Da Nang.
En rouge représentant le Japon.
In red representing Japan, Tanaka Mitsuya.
À 32 ans, 3 participations au championnat.
Tanaka Mitsuya from Tosu in Japan, a 32-year-old who won his first contest earlier today and looked in brilliant form as well. Now he's here against the number 3 seed.
Beat Bharat Singh Mahatta of Nepal, 19-3 in the previous round, the round of 16.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, start the match.
So Stéphane Menard of Canada is our referee. Sabir Zainalov, the number 3 seed in the draw in the blue, and Tanaka Mitsuya of Japan is in the red. Mitsuya having won his first encounter 19 points to 3 against Mahatta of Nepal. He looked in really good form, and Mahatta was potentially someone who could have caused him a few problems, but Tanaka was at the level he needed to be right from the off. Zainalov with that back leg turning kick attempt, the man from the Neftchi IK club in Azerbaijan. Tends to spar with 2 heavier sparring partners, both world's champions actually back in Azerbaijan, in Imadin Khalilov and Abulfaz Abulzali. So he gets experience of how the heavier weight classes go about their work. Not always easy to find the right sparring partners for Taekwondo, for para-Taekwondo athletes. It's Tanaka with the first point for the Gamjon. That's what the yellow square in the top left-hand corner indicates, a penalty point against Zainalov. So the lead initially for Tanaka, but now he strikes back with Zainalov's first 2-point score of the match. That's a kick to the trunk to deliver that. 2 points the score for a standard kick to the trunk. 3 points if you score a back kick to the trunk, and 4 for a spinning kick. There are no points in para-Taekwondo for kicks to the head. The head, not part of the sport due to safety reasons. Zainalov's kick attempt to the trunk is blocked well by Tanaka. Sabir Zainalov seems pretty comfortable in terms of avoiding the attacks, the best of them anyway from Tanaka. He's either stepping around them, which is down to anticipation as well as reaction speed. He's just making sure that Tanaka never feels quite close enough to him in order to score.
La bonne score de 2-1 pour la tête Azeri.
So Tanaka needing to draw on all the experience of his coaches as well here to find a way through Sabir Zainalov.
Allez tout le monde, on peut suivre, on suit, clap.
So back to it with the 1 point advantage for Zainalov. Gamjon given against Tanaka. Didn't require a challenge from the corner of Zainalov. He thought it would be worth asking for it if it wasn't given. It was. I think it was for an accidental headshot. So 3-1 the lead. Gamjon's playing their part in this one. Both fighters encouraged to bring this together and hit each other. Tanaka has been so focused on keeping his distance and getting that side of things right that there haven't been that many attacks launched by the Japanese. That was certainly the right kind of attacks from Sabir Zainalov. He went for a double kick, which connected but didn't score. Tanaka bounces from one back leg to the other, doesn't launch off it. Zainalov's coming at him quickly, really changing approach and tactic here to stay varied. Sometimes closing the distance from a long way off to keep Tanaka guessing. Last 30 seconds of this quarter-final. It's Zainalov in the driving seat. Little twist kick attempt from Tanaka, but the reply, however, is a scoring one from Zainalov. 5-1 into the last 10 seconds. Now the points come for Tanaka. First scoring kick of the whole contest for the Japanese. He needs another. Maybe there's some help he can get on the way there from the video replay.
Stay.
So 2 points awarded.
Stay.
To Tanaka.
No invalidation.
But is it going to be cancelled off? That's the
Chong video replay.
request.
Chong requests invalidation of the technical points.
So all those points that have just been given
request invalidation technical
be
point.
taken off. Or will they stick? It's going to change the face of the last 3 seconds, that's for sure. Whatever result comes from this. So the request is awarded, it's upheld. It's going to be invalidated. So they go away again. That means we stay as we are. To the floor.
Stand up.
For Zainalov. Means a gam job. Back leg turning kick. Doesn't land. Victory to Sabir Zainalov in the end. Well, technology playing its part towards the end, but Sabir Zainalov knew what he was doing, and he knew the scores that he had.
Representing Azerbaijan, Sabir Zainalov.
So Zainalov goes through to the semi-finals against Tanaka Mitsuya.
Moins de 52 kilos chez les dames, troisième quart de finale.
Next up, women's minus 52 kilograms quarterfinal.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Représentant le Brésil.
In blue, representing Brazil,
Maria Eduarda Machado Stumpf. À 19 ans, numéro 3, 5e des 2 derniers championnats du monde.
19 years late, world rank number 3.
Maria Eduarda Machado Stumpf of Brazil is entering the arena, just 19 years of age.
Won gold at the Pan Am Championships earlier this year in Rio.
En rouge, représentant la République islamique d'Iran.
The number 3 seed in the competition.
Islamic Republic of Iran, Zara Rahimi.
And she's up against a fellow teenager in Zara Rahimi of the Islamic Republic of Iran, just 15 years of age. Rahimi, but she's already got one fight victory under her belt here in Paris in the last 16. That's why she's competing in the quarterfinals. And she may be young, but she's not green at all. There are plenty of years of experience with this woman here. Zara Rahimi of Iran.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, start the match.
Murad Valan of Algeria is the referee.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, on attend vos encouragements.
Semi-finals once again up for grabs. Zara Rahimi of the Islamic Republic of Iran is in the red, and Maria Machado Stumpf of Brazil is in the blue. Now, Machado Stumpf is the Para-Pan American champion from Santiago last year. She's been 5th placed at the last 2 World Championships as well. So she's been recording the kind of results which suggest the Paralympic Games has come at the right time for her. And she scores the first 2 points in this encounter. Stumpf changes angle of attack. Plenty of altering of the stance at the moment from Rahimi. Turning from open stance when both the fighters' shoulders are facing in the same direction to a closed stance where the directions of the shoulders are facing in the opposite direction. There we go, from closed to open from Rahimi. Now things open up again. To judge the distance right, to time her attack in and get points off Stumpf. Timeout called. At 2 points to nothing to Brazil's Maria Stumpf.
À 0 pour Maria Eduarda Machado Stumpf.
Let's see your flags flying up in the stands there. We can see some Brazilian flags around there. This is the quarterfinal. Let's see your flags in the air.
So Zara Rahimi gets back to business, trying to claw back these 2 points. She was in great form in her first encounter against Xiao Shan of China, beating the Chinese fighter 13-2. And she's back on level terms again against Maria Stumpf. Two teenagers on the tatami. The 19-year-old Stumpf against the 15-year-old Rahimi. Stumpf is someone that took up para taekwondo after watching the Olympic version at Rio 2016 at her home games. She began training in it the following year, and when it was announced that the sport would feature at Tokyo 2020, she was all in from there on in. And as she describes it, it was a sport which she had love at first kick. None of her kicks at the moment adding up to a superiority in this match. It's a second timeout called. So another minute to think about things and plan a way through. This is going to get tactical.
Dans ce quart de finale. Allez, c'est le moment, mesdames et messieurs, c'est le moment des encouragements. À 3, maximum de bruit ici au Grand Palais. 1, 2, 3, du bruit Paris!
Nothing between the Brazilian and the Iranian here. The Paralympic semi-final for the winner, and Rahimi backs away before coming in. From in close, they both protected themselves really nicely. Good blocking with the arms from Stumpf. tapping away on that shoulder, really, but not in onto the guard of Rahimi. Judging the distance well, you can see just how she leaves herself out of harm's way at exactly the right time as Rahimi's foot starts to come towards her. Back to their marks, they're asked to go. Score at 2 apiece, and now the coaches play a part. The challenge comes in. Let's have a listen to what this is for.
Video play. Chong coach request. Come jump for kicking after Kallio.
So, request made by Stumpf for Rahimi kicking
jump for kick after Kallio.
After Kallio had been called, after halt. Kallio halts the fight momentarily before it gets back underway. And if you kick after that's been called by the referee, then a gamjong will be given against you. If this is upheld, then it's the lead for Stumpf by 3 points to 2. And if it's rejected, then the challenge review card will be pocketed by the referee, and there'll be no more challenges available for Stumpf. And with a minute to go, that could prove interesting and complicated. But the gamjong does come moments later for kicking below the waistline. So Stumpf gets her lead that she was after. Now can she protect it? No, Rahimi scores 2. One of just 3 scoring kicks that have landed in this match, in the whole match. And Rahimi leads 4-3. Is the 15-year-old from the Islamic Republic of Iran, from Tabriz in the north part of the country, going to book herself into a semi-final. She gives away a gamjong now. For 4-all.
Okay.
But now it's the time for her coach to pay their review card.
Honk video play. Honk coach request invalidating gamjong.
So perhaps this is going to be ruled out.
Request invalidation
That's
of
the aim
gamjong.
for Iran here. Gamjong given for kicking below the belt. On review, will that decision be overturned? If it is overturned, then Rahimi will have the lead again. At 4-3, that penalty point will disappear. It won't be. So the score stay as they are, 4 points each, with 35 seconds remaining. Rahimi looks to come forward against Stumpf and take matters into her own hands to put this beyond all doubt. Not leaving herself to a fortune, a hostage to fortune in the final stages. She takes 6-4 into the final 20 seconds. She's come up with everything she's needed to so far, Zahra Rahimi of Iran. 15 seconds to go for the 15-year-old. 2 points the difference. Stumpf, ranked number 3 in the draw. is going to be taken down here once again. Zahra Rahimi wins in Paris, her second victory of the day, and it's booked her a Paralympic semi-final date. She'll be back in the final sessions here at the Grand Palais. What can get better for Zahra Rahimi? And for Maria Stumpf, well, she went so close here. Teenager still herself, remember. For 4 years the senior of her opponent. Nonetheless, there was real maturity to Rahimi's performance. And she just about saw it home.
Like, why the hell you wanna play me that way? You're bad, babe. You double-faced entendre. Life goes on and 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 on.
Time for the Refugee Paralympic team to be in action again with Zakia Kudadadi against Uzbekistan's Ziudakon Isakova.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referee.
En bleu représentant l'équipe paralympique des réfugiés.
In blue, representing the Refugee Paralympic team,
Zakia Kudadadi. Championne d'Europe en 2023.
Zakia Kudadadi, who represents the Refugee Paralympic team, but she lives here in Paris and has done for the last 3 years. She enjoys the support of the whole Grand Palais when she won her first match earlier today. It's her second Paralympic Games. The Refugee Paralympic team consists of 8 athletes and 1 guide runner here. It's the largest Refugee Paralympic team so far since they were introduced in Rio. Ziudakon Isakova of Uzbekistan, the world champion from 2023. It's her second Paralympic game. She finished 5th in Tokyo. At 26 years of age, perhaps now is the right time for her.
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee,
and Uzbekistan's flags, the matching t-shirts, the drums and the hats can take center stage as well. Puerto Rico's Nades Tavares, he's the referee. She's been so consistent in general at the major events she's competed in. She so often carries through to the latter stages, does Isakova. Zakia Kudadadi of the Refugee Paralympic team in the blue, and Ziudakon Isakova of Uzbekistan is in the red. Quarterfinals at the Paralympic Games in Paris at the Grand Palais. The stakes are high and the fight is on. Jabbing her way forward off that front foot, Isakova. She's almost always the smaller fighter in any matchup. So she has the shorter leg length, which means she has to be almost always within the range of being struck by her opponent in order to score on her opponent. So she's always in the fighting distance. Puts premium on her blocking and covering skills. She's got to be excellent at defending kicks from close range. And that's a brilliant shot right into the trunk, through the solar plexus almost. So Isakova on the board. And she gets another through a penalty point against Kudadadi. Isakova concedes the first point for her. 4-1, she leads. It's been a very good start, though, from the fighter in the red, Isakova. Defending well. Attacking sporadically, or at least sparingly, but making them count. Occupying the centre of the ring is Kudadadi. Really seem to be the one dictating the rhythm of the fight, not at this point in the contest anyway. It's just a single round of 5 minutes in Para Taekwondo, so it does give these fighters more of a chance than we see in Olympic Taekwondo to settle into a contest, to feel each other out and learn about how their opponent is fighting today. Don't need to learn too much about them overall because they face each other so frequently. It's a relatively small pool of fighters at the elite end in Para Taekwondo at the moment, this being the first generation of professional Para Taekwondoists. Timeout called. And Kudadadi with a chance to rehatch a plan. She trails 4-2. Isakova with all the support in the world, and Kudadadi with all the support in Paris. Plenty of Zakia fans in this city after she moved to France in 2021 and trains with the French team as well. Zakia Kudadadi. Now the slower, more methodical part of the fight is dispensed with, and Kudadadi comes out with more aggression after the timeout. 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time. And such a small deficit to claw back. There's no real worries for Kudadadi at all that she's down. But what she is having to compute is the best way through the defensive system of Isakova. Using her front foot as well as a defensive weapon, and her agility to back away from an attack. 90 seconds remaining. It's the largest refugee Paralympic team so far, and Kudadadi has been the first of the team to contest competition here in Paris. Got into action earlier this morning. She'll want to keep that going into the night session as well. And give RPT a chance at a medal. Evasion has been absolutely perfectly judged by Isakova. She's backed away only ever as much as she's absolutely had to avoid the attacks of her opponent. And then she's come flying back in and scored the points that have given her this lead. So 25 seconds. Isakova of Uzbekistan in the red with the 2-point lead, and Kudadadi, the refugee Paralympic team, in the blue with an extra point to her name now after that penalty against Isakova. She's going to be challenged. So they will look at this gamjong.
Home coach requests no gamjong.
They will assess it for whether it should stay on the board. Year-old is back for more.
Oceania Para Championships and bronze in the European Championships. Won gold earlier this year in the European qualification tournament for the Games.
He's won a bronze medal at the last 2 European Championships, as well as the European qualifier earlier this year.
Ali-Chan Ozcan.
But when we're talking about excellence on a European scale, it is Alijan Ozcan who really sets the standard. 4-time European champion, even though he lost in this year's final in Belgrade a few months ago to Yashur.
2017, 19 and 23, bronze in the World Championships, silver in 2021, was European champion in 22 and 23.
It is his first Paralympic Games. He lost out on selection to Tokyo to Mahmoud Boztepe, who won the bronze medal in the end. Hug from coach Gökhan Nazle. Referee Wu Jianxiong in the middle for this. So Ozcan, the number 2 seed, up against Villalobos of Spain, who had to qualify through the European regional route. But this won't be easy. This will be tight and exciting. Joel Martin Villalobos of Spain in the blue and Alijan Ozcan of Turkey in the red. And Ozcan taking the first 2 points of the contest after a fast and smooth attack. Villalobos strikes back for 2, and Ozcan picks things up. This could continue at this rate with these two. Ozcan so fast across the mat. And the height difference is a notable one. Villalobos with the extra leg length, but he's not yet made it into a height advantage, whereas Ozcan has used his smaller stature to sneak in and get in close to score a 10-4 lead, and we're not even into minute number 2 just yet. Brilliant beginning from the man from Turkey. Range of movement off that front third. He's going to concede a gamjon here because he gets knocked to the ground. Anytime you land on the mat in Taekwondo, you can see the penalty point. So 10 plays 5. Flicking away off that front foot as well. His balance is so good. Ozcan's. He can live on that back leg. He's firing off shots from the front leg for longer than most can. Powerful back leg turning kick from Villalobos. Ozcan didn't wait around to see what points were scored on him. He made sure he counted, but Villalobos underlining his ability here. And working out how to cover well against the left leg of Ozcan. Moving away from the shot as it comes in to minimise the power that it carries towards him. Clever play. It's something that he's learnt in the first 2 minutes, because he's being scored on with frequency by Ozcan. No longer. Ozcan, though, doubles the money that he's ahead of Villalobos by 14-7. It's a stunning 2.5 minutes from Ali-Jean Ozcan. Coming in at the very end of this session, opening session of Para Taekwondo at Paris 2024.
Allez, c'est le moment, supporters de l'Espagne, supporters de la Turquie, c'est maintenant vos encouragements, faites du bruit!
That timeout called just after 2.5 minutes had elapsed, so almost a half time in this first and only 5-minute round in Para Taekwondo. No round scoring system, it's just whoever scores the most points in 5 minutes wins. Ozcan not able to feel that he was close enough to really let any of those attacks go. Villalobos was smart on the reverse. He's got to be smart on the attack, though, the Spaniard, to grab this one back. And he grabs 2 points back. Not that this is on Ozcan's mind necessarily, but 90 seconds to go and 5 points the difference. It's a decent buffer, but it's not one that he can afford to shut up shop on. He's got to keep attacking. And Villalobos claws him back again, 14-11. Ozcan does go on the offensive to restore the 5-point gap. Now he adds a few more. This is how he started the contest. Gamjon against Ozcan. So it's an 18-14 gap with 60 seconds to go. This is more doable for Joel Martin Villalobos. Moves in smartly. And whilst he's going to keep attacking, he will take chances to use up the time as well. But that's a telling blow. With 45 to go. Semi-final for the winner of this one. And still, 20-year-old Villalobos making sure that Alijan Ozcan doesn't disappear down the stretch. Jabs forward Ozcan, well aware of the threat that his opponent still holds. That's a good block on a powerful turning kick from Villalobos. Comes in closer, that's where he's at his best and most dangerous. And again, 2 more points from close range are scored. As well to keep his feet, actually, Ozcan, not to give away another gam jump. 15 seconds remaining and 6 points the difference. Villalobos needs to give this everything. Full gas from the Spaniard if he's to get anything out of it. Back kick, doesn't score, dodges away. 1.5 seconds to go. And he'll take the gam jump for avoiding the fight. It won't matter. 5 points the difference. Ozcan is the victor. Alijan with the right plan.
To the semi-final representing Turkey, Alijan Ozcan.
It was a good performance, wasn't it? It was steady. It was always enough.
Moins de 52 kilos chez les dames. 4e et dernier quart
Anna
de finale.
Yaparidze of Georgia up against Turkey's Meryem Betul-Kavdar.
Quarterfinal.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu représentant la Géorgie.
In blue representing Georgia,
Anna Yaparidze. Double médaillée
Anna Yaparidze of Georgia.
À tout juste 19 ans, c'est
She won her last 16 encounter, and now she gets a shot at a Tokyo silver medalist. Just 19 years of age as well.
23 at the European Para Championships in Manchester and Rotterdam, and this year the European Qualification Tournament won gold in Sofia.
En rouge représentant la Turquie.
In red representing Turkey, Meryem Betul-Kavdar.
Meryem Betul-Kavdar from Turkey. She hails from Afyonkarahisar in central Turkey. She was the Tokyo silver medalist 3 years ago at under 49 kilograms.
Won bronze at last year's Worlds in Mexico. Last year also won gold in Rotterdam at the European Para Championships.
Well, Kavdar, after going up a weight class since Tokyo, she won the World Championships later that year as well at this weight category. So Daikao of Chinese Taipei is the referee.
Mouthpiece.
Georgia's Anna Japaridze in the blue, and Turkey's Meryem Betül Kavda is in the red. The experience from Tokyo, which the Turkish fighter carries, up against the rawness of Anna Japaridze. Still a teenager at 19, but she's won medals at 2 of the last 3 European Championships. Even if at the most recent edition in Belgrade she came 5th. Competition in Belgrade was so extremely high because it was an open tournament, so it wasn't just Europeans who were able to compete. It was the best in the world, and the rest of the world used it as a warm-up event for the Paralympic Games. So it was locked and loaded in Belgrade. Coming 5th there was an achievement in itself. Japaridze up here by 2. The scoring system in Para Taekwondo is different to Olympic Taekwondo. No headshots allowed, so everything scoring is related to the trunk. 2 points for a kick to the trunk, 3 points for a back kick to the trunk, and then 4 for a spinning kick, again to the trunk. Gamjeon's still available and unwanted as ever, but they're picked up nonetheless by Japaridze. So Kavda reduces the deficit to 4-3. We're all square now. Japaridze giving away a second Gamjeon. That's what the yellow sign next to the Georgian flag indicates. 2 penalty points against the Georgians, so 2 freebie points essentially given to Kavda. Gets caught on the back by Kavda, but not with enough connection. She could have made that really pay. Comes in for a clinch, almost uses the punch as a distraction technique. You don't score from punching in Para Taekwondo, but you can still dish up a punch or 2 when the moment takes you. Kavda used that well. Dragged herself to a 6-4 lead. Off the mat from 4-0 down. And unsurprisingly, the timeout called by Anna Japaridze's corner. They give themselves a minute to think about things.
Restez moins de 20 secondes, mesdames et messieurs, vos encouragements. On est un peu moins nombreux, mais c'est pas grave. On va faire du bruit, on va encourager ensemble. Allez, Paris!
Two minutes 5 for Kavda to stay alive and go through to the semi-finals, but she immediately concedes 2 points off a renewed and reinvigorated Japaridze. That's how you use a timeout smartly. She plugged herself back into the mains and rapidly into action to get those two off the break. Gamjon against Kavdar. And those last 2 points, therefore, wiped off. So the points go away from Kavdar. Now to Gamjon this time for Japaridze. 7 apiece we go. Graphics have caught up with the action. Challenge coming in here.
Video replay. Chong coach asks for no Gamjon for attacking blow.
So Chong meaning blue, so
Chong
this is Georgia's request.
For invalidating Gamjon for attacking below the waist.
So Georgia hoping that this Gamjon that's been given against Japaridze will be rescinded. And therefore Japaridze will have a 7-6 lead. It is going to come off. Successful challenge. So, Anna Japaridze with a 7-6 lead. With 90 seconds to go, the graphics on screen will show that shortly. But Georgia in the lead here by single points. 7-6. Kavdar, silver medalist from Tokyo, is down. I can assure you that the graphics are still needing to catch up with us. It is a 7-6 lead for Japaridze. Kavdar needing to come back. Well inside the final minute now. Here we go, 48 seconds remaining. Lead is there for the 19-year-old from Georgia. Japaridze tries to almost hook round the back of the leg. And she's trying to defend this slender lead, but with 25 seconds remaining, anything can still happen here. Kavdar is coming and kicking. And looking for a point whichever way it can come. No Gamjon for either. Last 10 seconds. Anna Japaridze is close here to the Paralympic semi-finals against Miriam Kavdar, and she's going to do it as well. She holds on. Georgia's Anna Japaridze beats the Tokyo silver medalist. She beats the world champion from a few years ago in Miriam Bechul Kavdar, and Japaridze is through to the semi-finals.
Our athlete representing Georgia,
and she had to dig so deep there. Stunning performance from Japaridze, so full of guts as much as anything else.
Tout juste 19 ans. Donc,
fight plan was perfect. She took her moments when they came. Just when she came back out of the timeout halfway through, that was an important moment for her. And she held on.
Cette première journée, donc avec la fin à l'instant des quarts de finale.
And both the coaches with such a role to play as well. For Anna Japoridze. We'll see her in the evening session, but that concludes the first session of Para Taekwondo at Paris 2024. It's taken us all the way through from last 16 to quarterfinals. And tonight, in the Grand Palais, we'll go and hang medals around the necks in 3 weight classes in Para Taekwondo. A whistle-stop tour through the first session of Para Taekwondo at Paris 2024, the second staging of the sport in the Paralympic Games after Tokyo, and after a break in transmission, the second session of Para Taekwondo will bring the finals to the Grand Palais, and across 3 weight categories tonight, Paralympic champions will be crowned. Once again, we hope to join, we hope to have your company for that later on.
Sont là pour vous en cas de besoin.
Well, that concludes today's session. We hope you've enjoyed the competition, and thank you for your participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Before you go, have a quick look around and make sure that you've got all your belongings. Please do take care as you exit the venue, and remember that Paris 2024 staff are here to help should you require assistance. Have a safe journey home.
Attention, en raison de la fermeture du pont Alexandre III, nous vous recommandons de rejoindre les transports en commun à la station France.